Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku's Fox Spirit Awakened? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the hospital, a newborn child had suddenly stopped breathing, and the doctors had given up hope of saving him. At that moment, a fox spirit named Winter was observing the scene, searching for a vessel to bestow its powers upon. Upon seeing the child on the brink of death, Winter felt a surge of pity and decided to grant its powers to the baby. As Winter entered the child's body, the boy began to breathe again. The doctors were astonished to find that the boy was alive, and his mother, Inko Midoriya, was relieved to hear about the miracle. In this world, the male-to-female population ratio was 20% to 80%, making males quite rare. In a society where quirks were used to protect people from those who misused their powers, the government allowed boys to have arms, though it was not compulsory. 4 years later, the boy who had survived the miracle was named Izuku Midoriya by his mother. He wandered the streets, grappling with the loss of his father, Hisashi, and the recent suicide of his mother, Inko, due to the overwhelming stress of raising him alone. During a patrol, a pro-hero named Endeavor was deep in thought about his daughter Shoko's quirk when he unexpectedly bumped into a child with green hair, fox ears, and 9 tails. Izuku had discovered that he possessed a fox spirit within him, granting him enhanced physical abilities and control over blue flames, known as the strongest flame. Startled, Izuku looked up at the pro-hero and immediately bowed, apologizing for not paying attention. Endeavor, surprised by the boy's appearance, asked him what he was doing in the alleyway and where his guardians were. Izuku's expression turned sad, and tears began to roll down his cheeks. Endeavor felt a pang of concern, wondering if he had frightened the child. After a brief silence, Izuku spoke, revealing, "My father died in an attack a year ago, and my mother. She took her own life yesterday because she couldn't handle the stress." Endeavor was taken aback, feeling deep sympathy for the young boy. He thought to himself how much the child was suffering at such a young age, yet he was articulate and composed. Endeavor then asked, "What is your name and your quirk?" Wiping his tears, Izuku stood tall and replied, "My name is Izuku Midoriya, and my quirk is called Kitsune. I can control blue fire and lightning, and I can enhance my physical abilities by channeling lightning throughout my body." Endeavor was impressed, recognizing the potential in Izuku's powerful quirk. He thought that with proper training, Izuku could become strong, especially with a quirk like blue fire, reminiscent of his own son, Tuya. After a moment of contemplation, Endeavor offered, "Izuku Midoriya, if you allow me to adopt you, I can train you alongside my other children to become a hero." Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement. It had always been his dream to be a hero, and the man before him was known as the number 2 hero, just behind All Might. After considering the offer, Izuku accepted, eager to train under such a respected figure. Endeavor felt a sense of joy that this intelligent and strong child had accepted his offer. He gently patted Izuku's head and scratched his ears, causing Izuku to make a small, delighted sound. Endeavor was taken aback but pleased to see the child happy. He lifted Izuku onto his shoulders and flew to a nearby hospital to conduct health tests and finalize the adoption paperwork. After the tests, Endeavor asked Izuku if he wanted to keep his family name or change it. Izuku expressed his longing to keep his name, wanting to make his family proud. Endeavor smiled at his response and agreed. Once the adoption papers were signed, Endeavor took Izuku home to introduce him to his family. Upon arrival, he instructed Izuku to hide behind him and peek out when he called his family to the door, announcing that he had a surprise. Izuku complied, hiding well behind Endeavor, even managing to conceal his tails. Endeavor knocked on the door 3 times, and after a brief wait, his wife, an appealing woman with pure white hair, opened the door. She greeted him warmly and asked him to come inside. After hugging her, Endeavor requested that she call their children to the entrance, as he had something to share. Though confused, she called out for their children to come. After a moment, 4 children appeared. The oldest, with red hair, looked about 8 years old. The second boy, with white hair, appeared to be 7. The third, a girl with white hair and red stripes, was around 5, and the youngest girl, who resembled Izuku in height but lacked fox features, had half red and half white hair and different colored eyes. They gathered in front of their father, smiling. The oldest sibling asked, "What did you want to tell us, father?" Endeavor smiled and announced, "I have a surprise for you all." The siblings buzzed with excitement, asking if it was a good surprise and expressing their eagerness to find out what it was. As the excitement settled, Izuku stepped out from behind Endeavor's leg, ready to meet his new family. The siblings were surprised, and their mother was equally astonished to see such a cute child with fox ears and 9 small tails. They all thought, "Oh my, he is so adorable. But who is he?" Their mother quickly regained her composure and asked, "Dear, who is this cute fox child?" Izuku blushed slightly at being called cute, bowed a little, and replied, "Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya. I am 4 years old, and I was adopted by your husband, Enji Todoroki, an hour ago." The family was taken aback by his polite and mature way of speaking. After a moment of processing the information, the third oldest among them exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my gosh, Dad, is this true? Are we really getting this cute and polite kid as our stepbrother?" Endeavor smiled and confirmed, "Yes, it is indeed true." They all hugged their father, while Shoko approached Izuku and asked, "Can I touch your ears? They look so soft." The rest of the family was surprised by the request from the usually stoic girl. Izuku smiled and replied, "Of course you can, it feels nice for me to be patted." Shoko smiled back and gently reached out to touch his ears. As she did, Shoko found his ears to be incredibly soft and couldn't help but continue touching them. She decided to scratch behind his ears softly, and Izuku made an adorable sound that caught everyone's attention. Shoko turned to see her family's reactions. Her mother, sister, and second eldest brother were squealing, "So adorable," while her father and eldest brother laughed at their excitement. After a moment, Shoko introduced herself. "Hi, I am Shoko Todoroki. My quirk is half hot and half cold, which allows me to use fire from my left side and ice from my right side. It's nice to have a new member in our family." Following her introduction, the other family members came forward to introduce themselves to their new stepbrother. Once the introductions were complete, Fuyumi asked, "So, Midoriya, what is your quirk considering you have 9 tails and fox ears?" Izuku smiled brightly and answered, "You can call me Izuku. My quirk is called Kitsune, which allows me to control blue fire and lightning and enhance my physical abilities by spreading lightning all over my body." Shoko was amazed by his powerful quirk, and she noticed her sister's cheeks turning a light shade of pink. Curious, she turned to her mother and asked, "Mom, why did Fuyumi's cheeks turn a bit pink after Izuku introduced himself?" Her mother smirked and replied, "You will understand when you grow a bit older." Shoko felt confused but accepted her mother's response. After sharing his quirk, Tuya took Izuku's hand and showed him around the house. Izuku was amazed at how large it was. After the tour, their new mother called everyone down for dinner. They were served soba and katsudon, according to Shoko's and Tuya's preferences. The katsudon was delicious, and Izuku thought it was just as tasty, if not more so, than his real mother's cooking. At the thought of his mother, he felt a wave of sadness. Noticing his expression, his new mother asked gently, "What's wrong, Izuku? Is the food not tasty?" He quickly replied, "No, Mom, it is really delicious. I was just reminded of my real mother's cooking a little bit." Immediately, she got up from her seat, came over to him, and hugged him tightly. "You poor child. You had to endure so much at such a young age. Don't worry, I will treat you no differently than my own children, and you can trust us." Izuku felt tears welling up as he cried on her shoulder, comforted by his new brothers and sisters who also embraced him. He silently thanked the universe for giving him such a kind new family and vowed to protect them no matter what. And so, the prologue came to a close, marking the beginning of a new chapter in Izuku's life. Title: A New Beginning. 8 years had passed since Izuku Midoriya embarked on his journey to become a hero. Now 12 years old and in his first year of middle school, He had grown incredibly close to his family. Under the guidance of his father, Enji, he trained diligently, honing his abilities in secret. He had learned to HRSS blue flames, allowing him to levitate and launch fiery attacks. Additionally, he discovered a technique he called lightning mode, which enabled him to circulate electricity through his body, enhancing his speed and power. Standing at 5 feet 3 inches, Izuku was tall for his age. He shared a special bond with his sisters, Shoko and Fuyumi, though he kept his crush on them hidden. Their family was aware of the mutual affection, and his brothers often teased him about it. Fuyumi expressed her feelings openly with hugs and cuddles, while Shoko would snuggle with him every night, despite having separate rooms. Both sisters attended the same middle school, while Izuku chose a different path. On his first day of middle school, Izuku felt a mix of excitement and nerves. His older brother, Tuya, had made it into UA and adopted the hero name Dabi, which Izuku thought was incredibly cool. His other brother, Natsuo, aspired to be a doctor, and their father remained the number 2 hero. As he approached the school gates, Izuku marveled at the size of the building. He hoped to find a music club to join. Upon entering his classroom, he noticed 2 girls who seemed to be close friends. One had short purple hair and onyx eyes, while the other, with pitch-black hair styled in a spiky ponytail, appeared graceful and likely came from a wealthy family. Just as he was about to introduce himself, their teacher, Torikawa Kimura, entered the room early. Curious, Izuku approached the teacher and asked why he had arrived before homeroom. The teacher explained that he wanted to get to know some students who arrived early. After returning to his seat, Izuku learned the girls' names, Momo Yaoyorozu and Kyokujiro. Once everyone had introduced themselves, their teacher outlined the school's rules and regulations, then encouraged them to explore until lunch. Excited, Izuku wandered the halls, delighted when he stumbled upon the music club. Inside, he found a variety of instruments and, spotting a ukulele, was reminded of a song he had written for Fuyumi and Shoko. With no one around, he decided to play for a while, eager to express his feelings through music. Izuku picked up his ukulele and began to play a song he had written. The melody filled the air, and he felt a sense of calm wash over him. As he played, he thought about how much he missed the person he was writing about. After finishing the song, he heard applause and turned to see 2 girls, Kyokujiro and Momo Yaoyorozu, standing nearby. He felt his cheeks flush as he realized they had heard his performance. Jiro approached him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "You have such a good voice, and your skill with the ukulele is incredible," she exclaimed. Izuku scratched his chin, feeling a bit shy. "Thanks for your kind words. I thought I was alone, so I wanted to play a song I wrote," he replied. Yaoyorozu smiled and added, "My friend and I were checking out the music club, and we heard your amazing voice. She insisted we come listen." They introduced themselves, and soon they all found a bench in the garden to sit and chat. They shared jokes and laughter, enjoying each other's company. Suddenly, Jiro turned to Izuku with a curious expression. "Can I please feel your ears? They look so fluffy." Yaoyorozu chimed in, "I'm also interested in feeling your tails. They look quite big and fluffy." Both girls gave him pleading looks, and he couldn't help but smile. "Okay, Jiro can feel my ears first, and then Yaoyorozu can feel my tail, but not at the same time since they are quite sensitive." They nodded eagerly, and Jiro leaned in closer, gently touching his ears. The sensation felt nice, and Izuku couldn't help but make a soft sound of enjoyment. After a minute, Jiro pulled back, satisfied, and returned to her spot on the bench. Momo then approached him, excitement in her eyes. She reached for one of his fluffy tails and began to pet it. Izuku made a similar sound again, a bit louder this time, and it was clear he was enjoying the attention. As they both laughed at his reaction, they were suddenly surprised when 5 of Izuku's tails wrapped around them, pulling them closer. Momo giggled, "Why did you pull us back?" Izuku pouted adorably, and they couldn't help but smile at him. Once they settled down, he said, "Can you please brush my tails with a brush?" With those puppy eyes looking at them, they couldn't say no. Momo quickly fashioned 2 soft brushes, handing one to Jiro. They began brushing his tails, and Izuku's face lit up with joy as he smiled and made soft sounds of delight. After a few minutes of brushing, he stood up slightly and bowed, thanking them. "Thank you for fulfilling my request." Gyru smiled back. "It's no problem, Foxy. We enjoyed it just as much as you did." Izuku felt his cheeks heat up at the nickname. "Why do you call me Foxy?" he asked, a bit flustered. With a playful smirk, Gyru replied, "It's my nickname for you. You can call me Kyoka." "Okay, Kyoka," he said, still blushing but feeling happy in their company. She smiled and turned towards Yaoyorozu, asking, "Will you give him a nickname too?" Yaoyorozu grinned and replied, "I think I will call you Foxy. And please call me Momo since my family name is quite long." I smiled back and said, "Sure, Momo." As the lunch bell rang, we made our way to the cafeteria, opened our lunchboxes, and began eating while chatting. After lunch, we attended the rest of our classes. When the last bell rang, we started packing our bags. I walked towards the exit with Kyoka and Momo. Once we reached the exit, I turned to them and said, "I'll take a bus ride home. How are you two getting back?" Momo replied, "Kyoka and I will go by car to my house since Kyoka's parents are on vacation." I said goodbye and headed to the bus stop. Time skip. 2 months later, Izuku's POV. Over the past 2 months, we had grown closer and spent a lot of time together. I had started receiving many hugs and kisses on the cheek from both of them. We chose not to join any clubs. Momo received numerous love confessions from both boys and girls, but she turned them all down. Kyoka was also quite popular at our school. I received a few confessions as well but declined them too. My home was just 10 minutes away from school, while Momo and Kyoka lived a bit farther. However, they used private transport, so I didn't worry about them. In the past 5 days, I noticed a few senior boys following us for a while before leaving. I was suspicious but didn't think much of it since Momo was strong and Kyoka could hold her own. One day, I got home a bit earlier than usual and decided to pass the time in the city center. It was 7 p.m. and dark outside because it was winter. I wore a black hoodie and was walking home when I took a shortcut through a dark alley. Suddenly, I heard a voice crying that sounded like Momo's. I quickly ran towards the noise and peeked around a corner. To my horror, I saw 5 boys who had been following us at school about to harass Momo and Kyoka. Anger surged through me, and I wanted to confront them. However, since Quirk usage was prohibited, I took out my phone and set it against the wall to record what was happening. Being half fox, I had natural strength and speed. I texted my location to the police and my dad, just in case things went wrong. I spotted a metal pipe nearby and dashed towards the boys stealthily. With all my strength, I swung the pipe at the guy trying to rip off Momo's dress. He flew into the others, knocking them down. I seized the opportunity to hit them all quickly, rendering them unconscious. I found some rope nearby and tied them up to prevent their escape. After stopping the recording on my phone, I rushed over to the girls and hugged them tightly. They thanked me, tears in their eyes. I understood their fear. Who knows what could have happened if I hadn't arrived in time. 5 minutes later, the police arrived and asked what happened. I explained the situation, and when they didn't believe I hadn't used my quirk, I showed them the video. They were satisfied and arrested the boys as they regained consciousness. Momo and Kyoka were still hugging me tightly, unwilling to let go, even when the police said they would take them home. Just then my dad pulled up in a car. He had been suspended from duty for a week due to an incident involving Tuya, but he rushed over to me, asking what had happened. I recounted everything, and he expressed relief that I was safe and pride in how I handled the situation without breaking any rules. The police contacted Momo's parents, who arrived within 5 minutes. I was amazed at how quickly they came. They rushed to the girls and embraced them, then watched the video. After seeing it, Mr. Yaoyorozu approached me, thanking me repeatedly while Mrs. Yaoyorozu comforted the girls. Mr. Yaoyorozu then turned to my father, surprised. "Enji, what are you doing here? I thought you were suspended." As the girls and Mrs. Yaoyorozu joined us, my dad chuckled and said, "This is my adopted son, Izuku Midoriya. He sent me a message, so I came here as fast as I could, but he had already taken care of everything." They were shocked to learn that the famous Endeavor had an adopted son. Momo and Kyoka quickly came over and gave me a quick kiss on the cheek. I was taken aback, my face turning red. I quickly wrapped myself in my tails to hide my embarrassment, but it was too late. My father and Momo's parents were laughing, while Momo and Kyoka were blushing. Momo's parents invited me to spend the night with them as a way to thank me. I was about to decline when my dad said he would be happy to. I turned to him with a betrayed expression, only to see him smirking. Well, it seemed my fate was sealed. There was no way I could refuse after my father had agreed. The end of this chapter. Izuku's POV. There was no turning back now that I stood in front of a magnificent mansion. It wasn't surprising, considering it belonged to the Yaoyorozu family. Saki, Momo's mother, turned to me and said, "Welcome to our home, Midoriya. I hope you enjoy your stay." "Please call me Izuku Saki-san," I replied, smiling back at her. Momo and Kyoka hugged me tightly, and I didn't mind at all. I loved hugs. Once we entered the house, the girls eagerly led me to their rooms. I was in awe of the size and decor, especially Kyoka's impressive music equipment. After exploring their rooms, we were called for dinner. I found a seat between Kyoka and Momo, facing Saki and Zashi, Momo's father. The variety of dishes laid out before us was incredible. After saying our prayers, we eagerly dug into the food. Time skipped by 20 minutes. After dinner, we settled on the couches, sharing stories about how we met and our usual hangout sessions. During our conversation, Momo accidentally revealed that I could sing. Suddenly, Momo's parents were leaning in, their eyes sparkling with excitement, asking me to sing for them. I asked Momo and Kyoka to fetch a guitar while I spoke to her parents. Once they left, I stood up, slightly bowed, and asked, "Can I please propose my love for Momo and Kyoka with a song?" I didn't look up, worried they might be upset. To my surprise, Saki pulled me into a gentle hug. Zashi looked at me and said, "We support your relationship with them, and I'm sure Kyoka's parents feel the same. You have our blessings." I was overjoyed and instinctively wrapped my tails around them, pulling them into a group hug. They were momentarily taken aback but then hugged me back. Realizing what I had done, I jumped back and began to apologize. "I'm so sorry. I tend to hug people I trust when I'm happy." They smiled and reassured me, "It's fine. We enjoyed your hug, it was warm and comforting. Don't hesitate to give us hugs." Feeling relieved, I wrapped them in my tails again until I heard Momo say, "Izuku, when will you let my parents go? I know you love cuddles and hugs." I immediately released them and turned to see Momo and Kyoka pouting. Without thinking, I transformed into my wolf form and leaped onto the couch, hugging them while they played with my tails and ears. This playful moment lasted for a minute before I remembered my purpose. I released them and moved toward the guitar. "Kyoka, Momo, this song is for you," I said, chuckling at the sight of stars in their eyes and the blush on their cheeks. I tested the guitar for a moment and began to sing. After spending a long day together, I realized how much I needed more time with Kyoka and Momo. We had spent the weekend reconnecting, making things right between us. As I looked at them, I felt a warmth in my heart. "I love you, Kyoka and Momo," I confessed, my cheeks flushing. "I felt this way since 2 months ago. You were so kind to me when we first met." To my surprise, Momo rushed towards me and pressed her lips against mine for a brief moment before pulling back with a radiant smile. Then, Kyoka followed suit, sharing the same sweet gesture. After she pulled away, they both looked at me and said in unison, "We love you too, Foxy." I wrapped my tails around them, pulling them into a warm embrace. As I stood there, I felt myself drifting off to sleep on their shoulders. Momo's POV. As he hugged us, I noticed he had fallen asleep. Kyoka and I exchanged soft giggles. I turned to my parents and asked, "Can the 3 of us sleep together in my bed?" They smiled warmly and agreed. Kyoka and I carefully carried him to my room, surprised at how light he was despite his strong build. We placed him in the middle of the bed and cuddled up on either side, soon falling asleep enveloped in his warmth. Izuku's POV. I woke up confused, staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. I felt the weight of 2 bodies beside me, realizing it was Momo and Kyoka. Glancing at the clock, I saw it was 5:30 a.m. Not wanting to wake them, I quietly slipped out of their grasp and made my way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Their kitchen was impressive, making cooking a breeze. I whipped up pancakes based on what I guessed were their preferences. By 7 a.m., I had everything ready and set the plates at the table. When their family members began to come down, they were pleasantly surprised to find breakfast waiting for them. I woke up early, so I thought I could make some breakfast, I said, bringing over some orange juice. They devoured the meal eagerly, and I chuckled at their enthusiasm. At the end of breakfast, Momo and Kyoka gave me a quick peck on the cheek, thanking me with their sweet voices. I felt my cheeks heat up, and I smiled back at them, only to be enveloped in hugs from the rest of the family, who exclaimed how adorable I was. After breakfast, I shared goodbye hugs with everyone, giving Momo and Kyoka a gentle kiss on the lips before heading home. When I arrived home, I was immediately tackled into a hug by my mother and sisters. "Are you okay? We saw you on the news saving Momo and Kyoka. Where were you last night?" they asked, their concern evident. As they released me, Shoko, with a dark aura around her, asked, "Why do you smell like two women's perfume?" Fuyumi also had a similar expression, while Mom squealed, "Who are the two lucky women?" Nervous about their reactions, I mustered the courage to explain what happened after I saved Momo and Kyoka, omitting the part about singing. Once I finished, I noticed a hint of jealousy in Fuyumi and Shoko's expressions. Realizing they were upset, I quickly ran to my room and returned with a ukulele to sing the song I had written for them. When I came back, my family was gathered on the couch, Fuyumi and Shoko pouting while my brothers tried to cheer them up. They looked confused when they saw the ukulele in my hands. Taking a deep breath, I said, "Fuyumi and Shoko, I've had a crush on you both since I was 9, so I wrote a song to express my feelings. There was no way to say this song was about someone else. Every time you weren't in my arms, I started to lose myself. I needed my shades to hide my feelings, not wanting anyone to see me down. You had taken over my days, and tonight, I decided to go out. Yet, I felt like there was no better place than right by your side. I had a little taste of happiness, but I knew I would only spoil the party anyway. All the girls looked fine, but you were the only one on my mind. When you were gone, I thought of you. In crowded places, your face was all I could see. The music was too loud, yet your voice echoed in my mind. There were so many pretty girls around, all dressed to impress, but the thought of you alone had me spinning. I didn't know what to say next, but I felt like there was no better place than right by your side. I pretended the night was appealing, taking photos with friends, hiding my true feelings behind a smile. Yet, in my mind, I replayed memories of you. Then I gathered the courage to confess my feelings. I love you, Fuyumi and Shoko. I understand if you hate me for confessing when I already have 2 girlfriends. I faced the ground, bracing for rejection, but was surprised when Shoko suddenly kissed me. After recovering from the shock, I kissed her back. We broke apart for air, but before I could relax, Fuyumi kissed me too. After a moment, she pulled away and said, "It's okay. It's natural for someone with a quirk to have relationships with multiple girls. We knew you loved Momo and Kyoka too." I pulled them both into a hug, wrapping my tails around them. Just then, my father chimed in, teasing about me being a lady killer at such a young age. My brothers and mother congratulated me, and I felt a warm sense of happiness. Later, I found myself on the couch cuddling with Shoko and Fuyumi, who were playfully interacting with my tails. My phone rang. It was Momo. I answered, "Hey Momo, what's up?" "Hey Foxy. I wanted to ask if you'd go on a date with me and Kyoka," she replied. I smiled and instinctively asked, "Do you mind if Fuyumi and Shoko join?" I kind of confessed my long-time love for them. Momo screamed in excitement, "Finally! It took you ages." I chuckled and she calmed down, saying, "Yes, they can join. It would be a great opportunity for all of us to get to know each other better." She suggested we meet at the mall for lunch and then go on our date. I agreed, saying, "Sure, see you later, Ethan." She responded, "A new nickname, huh? Well then, bye, and don't be late." After hanging up, I explained the date to Fuyumi and Shoko, who happily agreed to join. And so, the next chapter awaited us, a date filled with new possibilities and adventures. At Yaoyorozu's mansion, Kyoko was running towards Momo's room. She kicked the door open to find Momo looking surprised in front of the mirror. Slowly approaching, Kyoko asked, "Hey Momo, how do I look?" Momo turned to her and replied, "You look absolutely fantastic." She then spun around in her dress and asked, "But how do I look?" Kyoko took a good look at Momo's dress and smirked. You could make a girl question her sexuality with that look, causing Momo to blush. They headed downstairs to inform their parents about their date. "Mom, Dad, Kyoko and I are going on a date with Izuku," Momo announced. Her parents smiled and replied, "Have fun, and make sure to return before 9 p.m. with Izuku." Momo looked confused and asked, "Why do you want Izuku to come with us?" Saki explained, "The Kodai family is visiting us later today, and I sent a picture of Izuku to them yesterday. They said they would like to meet him too." Realizing that the Kodai family loved foxes, Momo replied, "Sure, I hope Izuku agrees as well." With that, Kyoko and Jair left to meet Fuyumi and Shoko at the station since Izuku said he would meet them there. Time skipped to the metro station. Fuyumi waved at Momo and Kyoko, calling out, "Hey Momo and Kyoko, over here." The two girls approached and asked, "Is Izuku not here yet?" Shoko replied, "He said to go ahead of him and that he would arrive a bit late." Kyoko wondered if he had something to do. They chatted for a while, complimenting each other's fashion styles, when they suddenly heard a familiar voice yelling, "Hey girls, I am here." They turned and blushed at the sight of Izuku. The girls were momentarily entranced, but quickly snapped out of it when Izuku said, "Wow, you all look so appealing. I wonder how I got so lucky." They blushed and smiled in response. They made their way to a nearby famous restaurant where Momo had already made a reservation for 5. Once seated, they looked at the menus. After discussing their choices, Momo rang a bell for the waitress. A middle-aged man approached their table and asked, "May I take your order?" Momo replied, "Please bring 2 hamburger steaks, 1 tempura bowl, 1 chicken sukiyaki, and kimchi casserole, along with 2 orange juices, 2 Diet Cokes, and a fruit punch." The waiter took notes and said, "Please wait for 15 minutes for your order," before leaving. They discussed what to do after lunch and decided to visit a nearby amusement park for the rest of the day. After their food arrived, they said their prayers and took a bite, amazed at how delicious it was. After finishing their meal, they walked to the amusement park, which was just 5 minutes away. Izuku rushed to the ticket counter and returned with 5 VIP tickets, allowing them to skip the lines for rides. They entered the park and headed straight for the spinning cups. The girls played rock paper scissors to decide who would sit with Izuku, and Momo and Fuyumi won. Izuku then offered Kyoko and Shoko the chance to sit with him on the Ferris wheel, which brightened their spirits. Izuku sat in a red cup with Momo and Fuyumi, while Kyoko and Shoko shared a cup with a boy who didn't have a place to sit. The spinning cups moved quickly, and Momo, feeling a bit scared, clung to Izuku for comfort, which made her feel safe. After the spinning cups, they enjoyed various rides and shops where Izuku won plushies for the girls. As the sun began to set around 6:30 p.m., they boarded the Ferris wheel to take in the view. As promised, Kyoko and Shoko sat with Izuku, hugging his arms, while Momo and Fuyumi sat opposite, pouting for not being able to hug him. Izuku extended his tails around them softly, providing a comforting embrace. At the top of the Ferris wheel, they marveled at the appealing sunset over the city. Seizing the moment, Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out 4 cases, handing one to each girl. They opened the cases and gasped in delight, exclaiming, "Thank you, Aizu," in unison. Izuku responded by giving each of them a gentle kiss, which they happily returned. They put on the necklaces Izuku had given them, which suited each of them perfectly. Izuku smiled and said, "They look lovely on you." The girls hugged him in a group embrace. After a couple of minutes, Momo called her driver to pick them up at the entrance of the amusement park. When the limo arrived, they got in and first dropped off Shoko and Fuyumi at the Todoroki household. Upon arrival, Izuku gave his sisters a peck on the cheek and a hug, saying, "Bye Shoko and Fuyumi, I hope you too enjoy today because I had a lot of fun." The 2 girls smiled, and Fuyumi replied, "Don't worry, Aizu, today was a lot of fun for me too." I hope we can do this again soon. Shoko then gave Izuku a quick kiss on the lips and added, "Thank you for the appealing necklace and the fox plushie you won for me. I will treasure them." Izuku smiled and said, "You better expect a lot of gifts from me," which made all the girls smile at their boyfriend's words. They said goodbye to Shoko and Fuyumi, then Izuku, Momo, and Kyoka got back in the limo to go to Momo's house at her parents' request. After a 30-minute drive, they arrived at the door of Momo's house. Momo rang the bell, and a butler opened the door. The group went inside and sat on the couch while conversing with Saki and Zashi, sharing stories about their date. The girls showed off the necklace that Izuku had given Momo, which made her parents smile. During the conversation, Izuku cuddled with Kyoka while his tails extended towards each family member, inviting them to pet him. They smiled at his fox-like nature and affectionately petted his tails as they continued their conversation. This continued until 8 p.m. when a butler announced the arrival of the Kodai family. Yui Kodai's POV. My parents and I entered the hall and were greeted by the sight of an incredibly adorable guy with fox ears hugging Kyoka, his tails wrapped around Momo and her parents, who were cuddling with him. Unable to control myself, I ran to him, pulled him away from Kyoka, and tackled him onto the couch, cuddling with him. After a few moments, I got off the couch and approached my parents as if nothing had happened. When I looked around, I saw the shocked and confused faces of the Yaoyorosis and Kyoka, along with the blushing face of the fox boy I had just cuddled. "I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself at the sight of the cutest fox boy," I said. Momo sighed and replied, "I knew this would happen." "So, Izuku, how did it feel?" She smirked at the fox boy, who was blushing even more now. After a moment, he calmed down and replied, I was shocked, but I really enjoyed the cuddle," while looking away shyly. As soon as he said that, I turned to my parents and declared, "I love him and I will marry him," pointing at the fox boy. My parents smiled and my mom said, "You have our blessings." I then ran back to the confused boy and tackled him to the ground, landing on top of him, and pressed my lips to his. His lips were soft and tasted sweet. After a minute of kissing him, during which he tried to resist but eventually gave in, I pulled away and looked at Momo. "I want in on his HRM, I said. Momo sighed again and replied, "I knew this would happen when my parents told you about him. Wait, let me call his other two girls and ask them." I was confused by this response and turned to Kyoka, who was watching us with a slightly jealous expression. "How many girlfriends does he have?" I asked while Momo was on the phone. Kyoka replied, "He has a total of 3 in his HRM, including me, Momo, Shoko Todoroki, and Fuyumi, who are his stepsisters. By the way, he is the adoptive son of Endeavor." I absorbed this information and looked at the boy, who was blushing even more than before. "What is your name?" I asked. He stammered, "And my name is Izuku Midoriya, and what is your name?" I smiled and replied, "My name is Yui Kodai." I continued to cuddle with him on the floor as Momo suddenly said, "Okay, you are approved by his other girls." I smiled, but then Izuku said, "Do I have a say in this matter?" Momo, Kyoka, and I all replied, "No, you don't." He sighed in defeat. I then got off him and sat on the couch, leaving him on the floor. He pouted and said, "Am I really that SBM's SV?" To which everyone in the room responded, "Yes." He pouted even more and ran to Momo's father, hugging him and saying, "Please help me, Zashi-san." He looked so adorable pouting that I just wanted to hug him. Momo's father replied, "Sorry, son, it's better facing villains than women in love," which made everyone laugh, but Izuku remained there, hugging Momo's father with his tails wrapped around Momo's mother, who was cuddling with them. I felt a pang of jealousy since I hadn't had a chance to cuddle with those fluffy tails. Realizing that he and I were in different schools and I wouldn't see him much, I turned to my parents and said, "I will transfer to his middle school at the start of our 2nd year." They agreed. And that was the end of this story. Title: A New Beginning. Izuku Midoriya stood in front of his family, a serious expression on his face. It had been 2.5 years since he had begun training, and he had grown significantly stronger, discovering various uses for his quirk. Today, he had called a family meeting at the Todoroki household, and everyone was gathered in the living room, curious about what he had to say. After everyone settled down, Izuku took a deep breath and announced, "I have decided to move out of our house and into an apartment in the Mustafa area." The room fell silent, and his family exchanged surprised glances. His father, Enji, was the first to recover. "Very well, may I know the reason behind this sudden decision?" Izuku turned to his father, determination in his eyes. "Father, you have trained me well, and I have also trained on my own to improve my quirk. However, I still feel like I can become much stronger. Yesterday, while I was walking, I stumbled upon the Dagoba Municipal Beach, which is filled with electronic waste and trash. I thought that cleaning this beach would help improve my muscle flexibility and allow me to practice my quirk by vaporizing the waste. It would also create an appealing beach for everyone to enjoy." His family listened intently, and his mother stepped forward, a warm smile on her face. "Just call us every day, please." "I will, Mom," Izuku assured her. He then turned to Shoko and Fuyumi, who looked a bit sad. "I won't be able to see you girls for the next 10 months since I want to be completely devoted to training." Fuyumi looked at him with determination. "We will also train and be stronger when you meet us at UA." Izuku nodded, feeling encouraged by their support. "I already informed Momo, Kwoka, and Yui about my decision yesterday." He continued, "The moving company will be here shortly to take my things to the new apartment. I'm sorry I didn't inform you earlier." Tuya chimed in, "If you need any help with your quirk, just ask me or father." Izuku smiled and replied, "Thanks, but I need to figure things out on my own." After a few more minutes of conversation, the moving company arrived and began loading Izuku's belongings into the truck. As they finished, Izuku turned to his family. "Goodbye for now. I promise to call you every day. Thank you, Dad, for adopting me. This family is the best thing that ever happened to me, and I will make sure that the next time we meet, I will be stronger than all might." He raised his fists in the air, filled with determination. Enji smiled back. "Thanks, son. You are also the best thing that happened to us. Just please don't overwork yourself." Izuku nodded and left the house, heading toward his new home. After an hour of travel, he arrived at his apartment. The moving company had finished unloading his things, and he spent the evening unpacking and organizing his belongings, including his music equipment, which he placed in a separate room for songwriting. Feeling hungry, he ordered takeout, realizing he needed to shop for ingredients to cook. By the time his food arrived, it was already 8:30 p.m. He quickly finished eating and went to bed, ready for the next day. The next morning, Izuku woke up to his alarm at 5 a.m. He got dressed in his training clothes and set out for a 10 kilometers run to Dagoba Beach. After 10 minutes of running at top speed, he arrived at the beach, which was still littered with trash. He took a moment to stretch before starting his work. It was 5:45 a.m. when he began lifting the trash, transporting it 500 meters to a spot where he could vaporize it without being seen. The task was manageable for him, given his rigorous training. He continued until 7 a.m., feeling accomplished as he headed home to prepare for school. After a long day at school, he thought, "All right, done with school. Time to head back to the beach." With renewed determination, he set out to continue his mission, ready to make a difference. It was 4:30 p.m. when I arrived at the beach. I spent the next hour and a half cleaning the area, feeling satisfied with my efforts. Afterward, I practiced martial arts, using my quirk to adapt quickly and improve my control. I experimented with various moves until 8 p.m. That's enough for today, I thought to myself. It was time to head home and get some much-needed rest. I activated my lightning mode, allowing me to reach home in just a minute. Once there, I took a refreshing bath and prepared a meal with the groceries I had picked up on my way back from school. By 9:30 p.m., I was ready for bed, feeling accomplished and ready for the next day. First month, I was familiarizing myself with the training and discovering that I could cover my legs and arms with concentrated blue fire, which dealt extra damage along with a few burns. Second month, I learned that if I ran lightning through my tails in lightning mode, it made my punches hard enough to break through steel. I began adapting to use lightning mode for longer PRDS and mixing my tails with martial arts, effectively using 9 extra powerful arms. This was extremely useful, as it increased my total attack speed and allowed me to break through defenses in mere seconds. Time skip to the end of second month. I was returning home from school after learning that my application for the entrance exam had been accepted. As I walked under a tunnel, a manhole suddenly opened, and a slimy-looking creature emerged with eyes. It said, a handsome male shield for me to escape, and pounced toward me. I immediately entered my lightning mode and punched it with my right arm and 9 tails together. The impact knocked it over, splattering it across the road. I decided to collect its remains in a bottle to hand over to the police. I quickly gathered the splattered slime using my lightning speed. As I was about to leave, I heard a familiar voice yelling, "I am here to defeat. Oh, where is the villain? Have you seen it, kid?" I smiled and replied, "It was about to attack me, but I defeated it and stuffed it in my bottle. Here, take it." I handed him the bottle. All Might looked at me in surprise and said, "Hey boy, you have a quirk? Do you know how extremely rare males who can use quirks are?" I replied, "Yes, I am aware, and I am applying for UA this coming exam in 10 months. All Might then asked, "Hey kid, can you tell me your name and quirk?" I said, "My name is Izuku Midoriya, and my quirk is called Kitsune. I can control blue fire and lightning and enhance my physical stats by spreading lightning all over my body." All Might was shocked but gave his original smile and replied, "Kid, you have an extremely powerful quirk. I am sure you will be a great hero in the future, but it's time for me to go and hand over this villain to the police." He then jumped away while I was in awe of how cool he was in real life. I then went to the nearby grocery store to buy groceries. After finishing my shopping, I noticed a commotion nearby with a lady trying to navigate through without crushing anyone. I quickly ran toward the commotion and saw Death Arms attempting to defeat the slime monster I had defeated when All Might arrived. I realized All Might must have accidentally dropped it. I then saw the slime trying to suffocate a boy my age with ash blonde spiky hair, who was using his explosions to keep himself from being overwhelmed. I immediately went over the barrier set up by Ms. Kamui Woods, ignoring the pleas from the pro heroes who were begging me to come back. I quickly activated my lightning mode and within a second, punched the slime monster with all my tails and right arm again. I then lifted the unconscious boy and threw him toward Ms. Death Arms, grabbed another bottle nearby, stuffed the villain inside, and handed it over to Kamui Woods, who was in shock with her jaw dropped. I said, "Sorry for using my quirk, I couldn't just stand by and watch that boy about to get hurt, so please forgive me, Ms. Pro Hero," and bowed. Kamui Woods chuckled, and the pro heroes began praising my quirk and my help. Suddenly, I was pulled into a hug by Empty Lady, who gave me a peck on the cheek and said, "Thanks for the help, cutie." I blushed, having just been kissed on the cheek in front of the reporters. A female reporter held a microphone to my mouth and asked, "What is your name, and why did you save him even though the pro heroes were yelling to stop?" I simply smiled and said, "Even though I am not a hero, I couldn't ignore a boy about to be hurt while the pro heroes were unable to do anything." I then answered the rest of their questions for 10 minutes before leaving the area. As I walked home, I heard a voice yelling, "Hey you, boy with fox ears and tails, wait." I turned around to see the boy I had just saved running toward me, exhausted. He stopped in front of me and said, "Hey, thanks for saving me." I was running out of breath. "Are you applying to UA entrance?" I smiled and replied, "No need to thank me, I'm just glad you're alive. That's a really powerful quirk you have there, and yes, I am applying for the exams this year." He smirked and said, "I'm Katsuki Bakogu, and my quirk is Explosion. I will beat you in the exams, but for now, can I have the number of my savior?" We exchanged numbers and chatted for a while before going our separate ways. I had made a new friend and rival that day. 10 months before UA entrance. I cleaned up about 35% of the beach and people started noticing me, taking pictures and videos, and posting them online, making me somewhat of a celebrity. Even the government president visited me while I was cleaning, gave me a medal, praised me, and offered a reward of $2,000. I initially tried to reject it but accepted in the end and deposited it in a bank to gain interest, which would increase by about $9,000 a month. I also perfected using my tails and arms simultaneously in a rhythm, allowing me to maintain lightning mode easily for 3 hours before starting to feel exhausted. 8 months before UA entrance, I discovered that if I concentrated high-voltage lightning in my legs during lightning mode, I could break the sound barrier easily and reach speeds of about 550 meters per second, which I named Godspeed mode. I also learned to paralyze people by sending high-voltage lightning from my hands to their bodies, but it only lasted for 10 seconds, which was plenty since my top attack speed with my tails was 40 hits per second in lightning mode. Izuku had been diligently training his abilities, focusing on mastering his basic moves like the blue flame thrower and the dual element strike, where he combined blue fire and lightning for a powerful long-range attack. He also developed a thunder attack, capable of delivering over 4 million volts, which he could control. 6 months before entering UA, he had cleaned up 80% of the beach and perfected all the attacks he had learned so far. He created a one-hit knockout move that drained most of his stamina, the dual element tail strike. This technique concentrated his lightning and fire into his tails and legs, allowing him to deliver a devastating physical strike, which he reserved for dire situations. 3 months before UA entrance, after finishing the beach cleanup, he celebrated his 15th birthday with Bakugo, who was free that day. Izuku had also discovered a way to envelop himself in blue fire and lightning, which he called dual element mode. In this state, he could reach speeds of Mach 15, surpassing all might by 2 Machs. He was able to separate the ocean for 2 kilometers with a single full power punch, though he could only maintain this for 3 minutes before becoming exhausted. 1 month before UA entrance, he spent the last 2 months extending the duration of his dual element mode to 10 minutes before fatigue set in. He also developed his own martial arts style, blending all the techniques he had learned since childhood with the use of his tails. Standing at 6 feet 1 inch, he had a well-built, lean physique. The day before UA entrance, he dedicated his time to studying for the written portion of the exam. He set his alarm for 6 a.m. to ensure he could rest well and stretch before the exam, which began at 9 a.m. On the morning of the exam, he woke up, brushed his teeth, went for a jog, and stretched. After taking a bath, he dressed in his middle school uniform and packed his stationery and battle suit into his yellow backpack. He made himself some toast and ran toward the exam site, arriving at 8:30 a.m. As he walked inside, he noticed many girls with various mutation quirks around him. One girl caught his attention. She had long red hair, a well-built figure, and a smile that complemented her appearance. Chapter End. Izuku woke up early on the first day at UA, stretching lightly before preparing to leave his apartment. By 7 a.m., he locked up and began running with 2 suitcases and a backpack filled with clothes. He arrived at the Heights Alliance dormitories by 7:25 a.m., noticing that no one else had arrived yet. He placed his suitcases in his room, which was decorated with music equipment, a wardrobe, a double bed, a study table with a laptop, and walls painted in emerald green and black. Heading downstairs, Izuku decided to make breakfast for himself. As he was cooking, he spotted Katsuki, who had just arrived. Izuku approached him and offered a fist bump, saying, "Nice, bro. We're in the same class." Katsuki smirked and replied, "Yes, now I will be able to defeat you." They chatted while Izuku prepared some French toast with jam. After 8 a.m., Momo, Jiru, Shoko, and Fuyumi entered together. Izuku playfully snuck up behind them, wrapping his tails around each of them for a group hug. "I missed these hugs," he said, and they responded with pecks on his cheek before checking out their rooms. By 9 a.m., everyone had arrived. With 20 students present, the atmosphere felt a bit awkward. Izuku stood up and suggested, "Let's all introduce ourselves and share a piece of information about ourselves." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Izuku went first. "I'm Izuku Midoriya, and I have 5 girlfriends, 4 of whom are here." The room filled with surprised murmurs as everyone began to ask questions. Izuku gestured for the next person to introduce themselves. Fuyumi stepped forward, saying, "I'm Fuyumi Todoroki, and I'm one of Izuku's girlfriends." Shoko followed, her usual stoic expression in place. "I'm Shoko Todoroki, and I'm also one of Izuku's girlfriends." Momo stood up next, introducing herself. "I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, and I'm also Izuku's girlfriend. Kyoka then stood up, saying, "My name is Kyoka Jiru, and I'm also his girlfriend. His last girlfriend is in class 1B. Katsuki stood up next, declaring, "Listen up, extras. I'm Katsuki Bakugu, and I will be the strongest here." Izuku sighed and added, "Don't mind his rudeness, he's nice once you get to know him." The girl next to Katsuki introduced herself. "Hi, I'm Ochako Uraraka, and my quirk is zero gravity." A short boy then stood up, saying, "I'm Minoru Mineta, and I want to make it clear that all girls are mine, especially you, pretty fox boy," pointing at Izuku. Before Izuku could respond, Katsuki threw Mineta out the window. Mina then stood up, introducing herself. "Heya, I'm Mina Ashido, and I love dancing and hanging out." Tenya Ida followed, saying, "My name is Tenya Ida, and I love running and studying." Eijiro Kirishima stood up next, saying, "Sup, I'm Eijiro Kirishima, and I love working out." A girl whose clothing was mostly invisible jumped up to get everyone's attention. "My name is Toru Hagakure, and I love stuffed animals." Another girl with a long tongue introduced herself. "My name is Tsuyu Ajui, but you can call me Tsu." A blonde girl stood up next. "Hiya, I'm Denki Kaminari, and I love hanging out with people." Hana Siro, a girl with a tape quirk, introduced herself. "My name is Hana Siro, and I love doing unexpected things." A tall girl with a mask covering half her face and many arms stood up. "My name is Shojino Mizo, and my quirk is dupli arms." Curious, Izuku approached her and asked, "Does being hugged by 6 arms feel better than 2? He tilted his head in confusion, and some girls exclaimed, "Cutie!" Shojino opened her arms wide, and Izuku took the opportunity to hug her. The embrace felt heavenly, and he wrapped his tails around her. After a moment, she released him, but he pouted, not wanting to let go. "Nuwai, Shojino-san? It was so comfy," he said with puppy eyes. "Can I please hug you when I really want hugs?" Shojino smiled and replied, "Sure, you are quite warm to hug." Just then, Mineta came running toward them, yelling, "Let me hug those two." Izuku quickly used his tail to swat him away and clung to Shojino like a small child. "My hugs," he said, sticking out his tongue. Noticing his girlfriends emitting a dark aura, he asked, "Why are you angry, Kyoka, Momo, Shoko, and Fuyumi?" Kyoka shouted, "No hugging other girls bad." Izuku felt like crying but quickly transformed into his fox form and hid behind Kirishima. Momo said, "Kyoka, calm down. We know he's innocent when it comes to this stuff. I bet he doesn't even know what a French kiss is." Curious, I shifted back to my human form and asked, "What's a French kiss?" I noticed the girls and Katsuki looking at me with disbelief. "Why are you all looking at me like that? I just want to know what a French kiss is." Shoko approached me and said, "Aizu, kneel down." I immediately complied, confused by her request. "Open your mouth a little," she instructed. I was puzzled but followed her lead. Then, she pressed her lips against mine, her tongue swirling around mine. It felt surprisingly nice. "So this is a French kiss, I love it." I then pushed her tongue back into her mouth, swirling my tongue around hers. We continued for a couple of minutes before separating, a thin line of saliva stretching between us, which Shoko liked away. I was in awe of the sensation and said, "That felt good. Can we do it again, please?" I looked around to see everyone blushing and looking away. "Why are you girls looking away, and why are your cheeks red?" I was met with a chorus of, "Must maintain his innocence," from everyone. I shrugged and turned to Shoko. "Shoko, your tongue was half sweet and half sour. I loved the taste." She turned bright red and yelled, "Baka!" Confused, I tilted my head and asked, "Why are you calling me Baka?" She ran to her spot, avoiding my gaze. Feeling sad, my ears drooped, and my tail stopped wagging. "Please, I'm sorry if I said anything wrong, but please don't ignore me." "It hurts my heart," I said, tearing up a little. But Shoko still wouldn't look at me, so I ran to my room. I picked up my guitar and returned to the hall. Everyone looked at me with surprise, shouting, "You play guitar?" I replied, I also sing. I gestured for everyone to follow me outside. We headed to the principal's office, and I opened the door to find pro-heroes looking at me in surprise. Is the principal here? A cute creature, resembling a dog or bear, replied, "Greetings, Izuku Midoriya. I am the principal, Nizu. May I know why you are here with a guitar?" I scratched my cheek and explained, "Since today is the first day, I thought I could do a little concert in the auditorium." The teachers looked shocked, but Nizu replied, "Of course, I will make an announcement right now. You can go to the auditorium and set up the speakers." I smiled and left. Nizu's POV. After Midoriya left, I turned to the teachers and said, "Today just got more interesting." Midnight, with stars in her eyes, asked, "Do you think he's good? If he isn't, everyone will say it was a waste of time." I replied, "He was confident, so I'm pretty sure he can pull it off. It helps students relax and be more excited. I'll ask him to sing 2 songs." I then activated the announcement system throughout UA. All students from first year to third year from all courses report to the main auditorium immediately. We have a surprise event organized by the top scorer in the entrance written and practical part, Izuku Midoriya. I told the teachers, "Let's go as well," and everyone except Eraserhead was excited. Time skipped to when everyone is gathered at the auditorium. Izuku's POV. I looked from behind the curtain and saw not only students and teachers but also a few pro-heroes. My eyes landed on my favorite rabbit hero, Mirko, sitting with the hero Hawks. I stepped to the center of the stage, hiding my guitar in my tails, and took the microphone. "Hey UA staff, students, pro-heroes. I am Izuku Midoriya, and you might be wondering why I called everyone here. Right?" The crowd responded with enthusiastic shouts of, "This is." I smiled and declared, "It's time for a concert." I tossed my guitar into the air with my tails and caught it. "This is our secret, so there is a system that doesn't allow you to take any videos," I said, placing a finger on my lips and winking. "I will be performing 5 of my original songs out of more than 100. I will select people to choose the genre, but the first song is dedicated to my favorite heroine, who I of course have a big crush on." The crowd buzzed with curiosity, asking, "Which heroine? Is she here?" I replied, She is here, and let's say she is 23 years old with white hair and tan skin." Just then, the spotlight fell on Mirko, who stood up and yelled, "Show me your song, boy." I smirked and gestured to start the beat. Yui Kodai came from a well-known support company, friends with the Yaoyorosis. She was stoic, rarely showing a smile, and had a deep love for foxes. Her quirk, size copy, allowed her to change into the size of any 5 objects she last touched with her fingers. An hour before the date, Fuyumi felt a mix of excitement and nerves. She hoped Izuku would like the dress she had bought just for him. The song he wrote for her and Shoko had touched her heart, and she marveled at how he had kept his talent a secret for so long. Meanwhile, Shoko was also feeling anxious. She wondered if she looked good and if he would appreciate her dress. The fact that he had confessed to Momo and Kyoka before her still stung, but she pushed those thoughts aside as she prepared to meet them for their date with Izuku. With the support of her readers, the author decided to start writing another book alongside the current one. She planned to release at least 2 chapters for each book every week. The new story would feature Izuku in a HRM setting, with Momo and Jairu as his main companions. They would embark on adventures in a Pokemon world, where Momo and Kyoka would also be born. As the characters navigated their feelings and relationships, the excitement of young love and the challenges of their quirks intertwined, creating a story filled with adventure and emotion. The crowd erupted in cheers as I finished my performance. "That was amazing," someone shouted. I grabbed the microphone and tapped it a few times to quiet everyone down. "Mirko, do you remember how we met?" I asked, smiling at her. Nizu passed her a microphone, and she looked thoughtful. No, but you look really familiar," she replied. I gestured for her to come closer and whispered, "Take a sniff, you might recognize my scent." She leaned in and took a sniff, then exclaimed, "I recognize your scent. It's really familiar." I smiled and said, Do you really want me to share how we met on the microphone? After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. I took the microphone and announced, "We all know that pro heroes take some days off to relax, right?" The crowd responded with the resounding, "Yes." I continued, 2 years ago, when I was coming home from shopping at 9 p.m., Miss Mirko was on holiday too." Mirko's eyes widened as she realized what I meant. "No, wait. I remember. Don't tell. It's embarrassing," she shouted. I chuckled and leaned in to whisper, "As long as you remember what you did to me." She blushed and unexpectedly kissed me. The crowd erupted in astonished shouts. "What? Oh my gosh, she kissed him." After pulling away, she spoke into the microphone, "You are my mate from today, and no one can change that." I looked confused and turned to the crowd. "Can anyone tell me what a mate is?" Everyone, including Mirko, shouted, "You don't know what a mate is?" I tilted my head, genuinely puzzled. Then I heard Momo's voice through a speaker, warning, "Don't anyone dare tell him what a mate is." She turned to me and said, "Izu, Mirko announced that she will be your sixth girlfriend." The crowd erupted again. "Sixth girlfriend? Who are the other five?" I pointed to Momo, Kyoka, Shoko, Fuyumi, and Yui, and the spotlight fell on them. "Them," I said simply. Turning back to Mirko, I wrapped my tail around her and pulled her in for another kiss. Suddenly, I heard my dad shout, "Ha! That's my son." Everyone turned to him and Edgeshot, who was beside him, asked, "What do you mean?" "He looks nothing like you, and he said his last name is Midoriya." Endeavor took the microphone and explained, "I adopted him when he was a child." The crowd responded with an understanding "oh." I then announced, "All right, it's time for the second song. I'll pick someone from the crowd to choose the genre." Everyone waited patiently as I scanned the audience. "You there, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a pretty face." The spotlight fell on her as she exclaimed, "Pretty." "Yeah, you looked pretty, so I said you are pretty," I replied, tilting my head slightly. "Did I do something wrong?" The crowd chimed in, "Too innocent. Must protect." She calmed down, took the microphone and said, "My name is Melissa Shield, and thanks for choosing me. As for the genre, I pick a hero-inspired song, please." I smiled and said, "Good choice. I'll sing one that will surely excite you all." I went to my CD case, selected the music for the song, and placed it in the CD player. "Enjoy." As the music began, I sang, "Had to have high, high hopes for a living. Shooting for the stars when I couldn't make a killing. Didn't have a dime but I always had a vision. Always had high, high hopes. Had to have high, high hopes for a living. Didn't know how but I always had a feeling. I was gonna be that one in a million. Always had high, high hopes. Mama said, fulfill the prophecy. Be something greater. Go make a legacy. Manifest destiny. Back in the days. We wanted everything, wanted everything. Mama said, burn your biographies. Rewrite your history. Light up your wildest dreams. Museum victories, every day. We wanted everything, wanted everything. The crowd erupted in cheers after the performance, clapping enthusiastically. I spotted some heroes joining in the applause, which made me feel accomplished. All right, it's time to pick the next person, I announced, scanning the audience. My gaze landed on a girl with dark green hair. You, with a tall stature and a bit of a lizard-like face. She beamed and stood up, catching the microphone Melissa tossed her way. My name is Setsuna Tokage, cutie. I want you to sing a flirty song. Momo immediately stood up, exclaiming, don't you understand? He doesn't know songs like that. I shrugged. I don't mind singing something flirty. So, you mean a fun, upbeat song? The crowd erupted with shouts of agreement. I also don't really know how to flirt, but I'll give it my best shot. I added, picking a CD and inserting it into the player. Oh right, I should take off my shirt. I removed my shirt and tossed it toward Mirko, asking her to hold on to it. I noticed everyone turning red, some even with noses bleeding. OMG, is everyone okay? Why are you all red and bleeding? Momo shouted, don't worry Izuku. Just sing. I heard Setsuna yell, wow, You can really show off those abs. Thanks, Setsuna. I think I've broken enough iron with these muscles, I replied, and the crowd gasped in surprise. How strong are you? They shouted. I calmly responded, I don't know, I've never had anyone to compare with. Well, let's get started, I said, ready to perform. As the music began, I sang with enthusiasm, bringing a fun energy to the stage. The crowd was engaged, and I could feel the excitement in the air. I'm bringing Cece back. People don't know how to act around me. I want to make up for what you lack because you're burning up and I need to get it fast. Come here, girl, I called out, gesturing for her to join me. Let's head to the back VIP style. Drinks are on me. Show me what you've got. She moved with confidence, and I couldn't help but smile. Get your CC on, I encouraged, feeling the energy in the room rise. As the atmosphere heated up, I noticed everyone around me was captivated. Suddenly, a voice broke through the excitement. Boy, you are the embodiment of secretary. I can't wait till the mating season. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Can I have my shirt back? I asked, only to be met with a chorus of no from the pro heroes and students. I chuckled, okay. I turned to Midnight. What type of song do you want me to sing next? The crowd was tense, thinking, if she chooses another CC song, I won't be able to hold myself back. Midnight stood up and said, we can't have everyone fainting. Do you have any heartbroken songs? At that moment, tears filled my eyes. Why are you crying, Izuku? They all asked in concern. I wiped my tears and replied, I'm okay. I do have a heartbroken song. It's about my ex, Cammy. She was my 6th girlfriend last year, but she did something that hurt me. Just then, Yui rushed over and hugged me tightly. I'll stay here until you sing the song. Momo, Kyoka, Shoko, Fuyumi, and Mirko joined in, offering their support. I took a seat to sing, giving them my tails to pet, knowing it would help me manage my emotions. As I began to sing, I poured my heart into the lyrics. You were with your friends, party? When the alcohol kicked in, you said you wanted me dead. So you showed up at my home, all alone, with a shovel and a rose. Do you think I'm a joke? People like you always want back what they can't have. But I'm past that and you know that. So you should turn back to your rat pack, tell them trash. Tell all of your friends that I'm crazy and drive you mad. That I'm such a stalker, a watcher, a psychopath. Then tell them you hate me and dated me just for laughs. So, why do you call me and tell me you want me back? You maniac. The emotions flowed through me as I sang, and I felt the support of my friends surrounding me. Izuku Midoriya had been enjoying a concert when suddenly, Nizu approached him with an announcement. Can I have the mic for a minute? He asked. Izuku handed it over, and Nizu continued, we all enjoyed the concert, but now it's time for a little challenge. The crowd buzzed with excitement, including the pro heroes present. Nizu declared, I give 2 hours to any girl who can touch Midoriya. She can spend a week with him. Izuku was taken aback but quickly entered stealth mode, vanishing from sight. He heard voices calling out, catch him, but he was already hiding among the trees. He called Nizu on his phone asking, am I only allowed to run within the school borders? Nizu confirmed, yes, because you don't have a license to use your quirks outside. Izuku then inquired about the time limit, and Nizu replied, 2 hours until 12:30 p.m. Determined to blend in, Izuku concealed himself among the foliage. An hour passed, and he noticed at least 100 girls and heroes searching for him. He thought about what he might gain if he won this challenge. Suddenly, he spotted Mina looking for him and quickly devised a plan to hide in a bush that matched his hair color. With only 20 minutes left, he felt a hand on his shoulder. A sweet female voice said, I caught you, Music's Fox. Turning around, he saw Ryuku, the dragon hero. He sighed, I was so close. She gently petted his ears, which he enjoyed. An announcement rang out. The challenge has been won by Ryuku, the dragon hero, who can visit Izuku's room at night for a week. Turning to Ryuku, Izuku said with a smile, I guess I have a pro hero as my dorm mate for a week. She replied, and I have a personal live radio to listen to. They both laughed and Ryuku suggested, Let's go get some food. I need to head to my station until evening, and I'm sure you have a Quirk assessment in the afternoon with Class 1B. As they walked to the cafeteria, Ryuku paused and said, "By the way, I have a proposal for you." Intrigued, Izuku listened as she continued, "If I can make you fall in love with me this week, I get to be your 7th girlfriend." He smiled and replied, "Sure, Ryuku. I'm ready for a few dates this week too." She expressed her excitement, saying, "I'm lucky to be taking a leave this week to help UA as an assistant. I can use this time to spend with you since I won the challenge." After lunch, Ryuku gave him her number and said, "It's time for you to head to class and wait for your homeroom teacher." Izuku nodded, waved goodbye, and made his way to class. Upon entering, he noticed everyone turned to him, curious about where he had hidden. He shared his hiding spot and mentioned how Mina had passed by him multiple times, causing her to pout cutely. He wrapped his tails around her in a comforting hug, and her expression brightened. Approaching Shoko, he asked, "Are you still mad at me?" with his ears drooping. She tackled him to the floor, kissing him while apologizing repeatedly. "Come on, let's sit down. Our teacher is already here." Everyone looked at him, and he pointed to the giant sleeping bag, saying, "That's the pro-hero Eraserhead." Eraserhead stood up and remarked, "It's been a few years since anyone actually spotted me on their first day." Izuku replied, "It's kind of hard to ignore a yellow human caterpillar." Eraserhead pulled out 20 outfits from the bag and instructed, "Wear the gym clothes and meet me on the ground." The class responded, "Yes, sir." After 10 minutes, everyone gathered on the ground, including Class 1B, which was mostly female. Izuku waved to Kendo, Ibra, and Yui, who smiled back. Aizawa then threw a ball at him, saying, "Since you scored the highest in the practicals, tell me your ball throw score in middle school." Izuku replied, 200. The class gasped, 200? Without using your quirk. He explained, "Being half fox gives me higher basic stats than others." Activating his lightning mode, he threw the ball with full force, breaking the sound barrier. The shockwave sent everyone back a few meters. Aizawa checked the machine and announced, 30 kilometers. The class was left in awe, and Izuku thought, "I think if I get another chance to do this, I have a plan." Then Aizawa added, "By the way, the one who finishes last out of all 40 students will get expelled." The other students complained, but Izuku stated, "Life isn't fair. Disasters are not fair, villain attacks are not fair, and how quirkless people are treated is not fair. We are here to learn to stop this unfairness, not to complain." The class fell silent, and Aizawa said, "Thank you, Midoriya. Couldn't have said it any better myself." Izuku smiled, and the first test began with the 50-meter dash. I was paired up with Lida, and I activated my lightning mode. As soon as Aizawa said, "Begin," I completed the race in 0.45 seconds, while Lida finished in 3.2 seconds. He remarked, "I can only go up to third gear at short distances, huh?" Time skipped to the results. Aizawa announced, "I don't want to announce individual rankings, so I made the average of all." The rankings were as follows. Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoko Todoroki, Fuyumi Todoroki, Shojino Mizo, Katsuki Bakugu, Kyokager, Dasuka Kendo, Burashiza, Bukoda, Minoru Mineta. Mineta started to complain, but he stopped when Aizawa mentioned, "By the way, the expelled part is a lie." Everyone except the top 4 began to grumble, but Momo quickly added, "Sorry, guys, maybe I should have mentioned that it was a lie." I then interjected, "It's not a lie. Eraserhead expelled a whole class last year because he didn't find any potential in them. Since he found potential in all of us, he brushed it off by saying it was a lie." Everyone's eyes widened at my words. Aizawa concluded, "That's it for today. The main classes will start tomorrow, and you are free to do whatever you want until curfew, which is at 10 p.m. It was 4:30 p.m. by the time I changed back into my uniform and arrived at my dorm. I opened the door to find Ryuku sitting on my bed in casual clothes, humming to herself. I said, "You know, you have a nice voice, Ryuku. We should sing together sometime." She blushed but smiled and replied, "Thank you. It looks like you're making me fall for you more." I smiled back and said, I don't know how I'm doing it, but oh well. She then stood up and said, I'll be waiting in the common room. Change your clothes, and let's go on our first hangout. With that, she left. I quickly changed into a blue t-shirt and dark blue jeans, putting on glasses to look a bit cooler before heading to the common room. When I arrived, I announced, Hey, Ryuku, I'm ready to go on our date. I suddenly felt 4 intense gazes behind me and turned to see Momo, Kyoka, Fuyumi, and Shoko smiling mischievously. Ryuku hugged me from behind and said, Sorry girls, but because of the challenge, Izuku is mine for a week, with a wink. My 4 girlfriends sighed, and Momo cautioned, Just be careful and don't let other women near him, Miss Ryuku. Ryuku smiled and took my hand as we headed off for our date. We first went to an arcade where we competed in various games, winning some and losing others. I discovered that Ryuku was also a good dancer. As we walked to a nearby restaurant, I noticed her admiring a dragon necklace for a moment before continuing on. I pretended to search for my phone and said, Hey, Ryuku, wait in the restaurant. I'm going to see if I left my phone at the arcade, okay? She smiled and replied, Okay. Once she was out of sight, I dashed to the jewelry shop. The shopkeeper greeted me, and I pointed to the dragon necklace, asking, How much is that? He smiled and replied, It's $10,000, sir. I handed him my debit card and requested it to be wrapped in a small yellow case. After completing the purchase, I hurried back to the restaurant. When I arrived, I saw a guy trying to get Ryuku to go with him. I felt a surge of anger but managed to keep my composure as I approached him. It would be kind if you left my girl alone, I said, my intent clear. He paled and quickly ran away. I turned to Ryuku and said, Hey, sorry for leaving you alone. She replied, No problem. I am your girl, huh? With it. I blushed and took my seat. We placed our order and chatted about the arcade, sharing jokes to make each other laugh. After dinner, we began walking back to UA, and it was already 8:30 p.m. I took her hand and turned her to face me. Surprised by my sudden movement, she blushed and asked, Why did you pull me to you? In a cute voice. I then handed her the gift and said, Open it. She opened the case and gasped in shock at the necklace she had admired earlier. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, Why, though? It's $10,000. I simply replied, Its worth is nothing compared to the fun we had today. I gently tied the necklace around her neck, and she hugged me tightly. After we broke away from the embrace, I felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her. I pulled her back to me and pressed my lips against hers. She was initially surprised but soon melted into the kiss. After a minute, we broke apart, and I said, You're the first one to make me fall in love in just a few hours, and I'm glad you won that challenge. She blushed deeply and buried her face in my chest. I chuckled and held her close as we walked back, smiling, with my arm around her. When we arrived at the common room, everyone looked at us in surprise. Fuyumi teased, Guess you got a 7th girlfriend, huh, Izu? I replied, Sorry, I just couldn't help loving her, and gave Ryuku a quick kiss on the lips. Kyoka added, How bold! I then had an idea. I turned around, removed my glasses, and narrowed my eyes. I turned, smirked a little, and playfully put my thumb on my lips. Hey girls, want a kiss? I teased. I noticed that everyone except Satona, Tokori, Ojura, and Aoi blushed like tomatoes, their eyes sparkling with excitement. I laughed and added, Chill, I was joking. I tried flirting for the first time, and it looks like it had an effect. In no time, everyone began chasing Izuku around the campus, laughter echoing in the air. Katsuki and Ochako watched from the sidelines, munching on popcorn. Katsuki smirked and said, I'm going to enjoy watching him suffer with all those girls. Ochako nodded in agreement, replying, Me too, as they exchanged a fist bump. You just went too far. You wrecked your car and called me crying in the dark. Now you're breaking my heart. So, I show up at your place right away, wiping the tears off your face while you beg me to stay. People like you always want back what they can't have, but I'm past that, and you know it. So, you should turn back to your friends and tell them the truth. Tell all your friends I'm crazy and that I drive you mad, that I'm a stalker and a psychopath. Then tell them you hate me and dated me just for laughs. So, why do you call me and say you want me back? You maniac. I was done, and honestly, it felt good to release my emotions a bit. Everyone was silent, then slowly began to clap. I wiped a few stray tears and said, "Thank you, everyone. You can go back now." I then took the microphone and announced, "All right, folks, it's time for the last song of this surprise concert. Now I pick my male friend Katsuki." He grinned, stood up, and said, "Honestly, you made a lot of them fall in love, and now I am going to pick another even sexier song, Izuku." He yelled, and everyone waited for my response. Even more flirty, huh? I think I don't have any recorded ones, but I did finish writing a new song yesterday that I think is flirty. What do you say? Everyone yelled, "Yes." I noticed Nizu with an amused smirk, which confused me. I picked up my guitar, narrowed my eyes, and gave a small smirk to look somewhat flirty. "Midnight, this song is for you," I said with a wink. The crowd erupted with cheers. How can someone be so cute and hot at the same time? I began to sing. I'm that flight that you get on international. First class seat on my lap, girl, riding comfortably. 'Cause I know what the girl needs. From New York to Haiti, I got lipstick stamps on my passport. You make it hard to leave. Been around the world, don't speak the language, but your smile doesn't need explaining. All I really need to understand is when you talk to me. The crowd was captivated, and I could feel the energy rising as I continued. Chapter End. Izuku's POV. After being chased around the campus for trying to flirt, the girls calmed down when I promised to prepare breakfast the next morning. We returned to our dorm rooms, and I found Ryuku already in her pajamas on my bed, watching Pokemon. An idea struck me. I had a secret Ninetales onesie made especially for me, designed so my tails could fit. Silently, I slipped into the onesie without Ryuku noticing and got on all fours to resemble a Ninetales, making fox sounds. Ryuku jumped, looking around before spotting me and exclaimed, "OMG, there's a Ninetales in Izuku's dorm." Everyone came rushing in, and Bakugo slammed down my door, which made me internally cringe. Lita asked, "Why is there a real Pokemon here?" I couldn't help but laugh, and everyone looked confused until I removed the Ninetales face mask. Everyone's eyes widened, and I said, "OMG, that was the best reaction for a prank." I then received a lecture from Lita about pranking while everyone laughed. After everyone left and Bakugo repaired the door, I jumped onto the bed, wrapping my tails around Ryuku and pulling her close. You are warm to cuddle, Ryuku," I said, nuzzling into her neck as she giggled, and we both drifted off to sleep. Time skipped to 6 a.m. The alarm rang, and I quickly shut it off to avoid waking Ryuku. I slowly wiggled my way out of her grasp, stretched a bit, did some warm-ups, took a shower, and put on my uniform. I made my way to the common room to prepare pancakes for everyone. By 7:15 a.m., I finished making breakfast and rang the breakfast bell. Everyone came running down, and I placed 21 plates on the large dining table. Everyone sat down, said their prayers, and took their first bites, a look of pure bliss spreading across their faces. "Wow, Foxy, these are some 7-star pancakes," Momo said, and everyone nodded in agreement, diving into their meals. By 7:30 a.m., we finished breakfast and left for classes, which began at 8:15 a.m. The first 4 PRDS, which lasted until 12:15 p.m., consisted of normal subjects like English, math, history, and science. When the lunch bell rang, we all headed to the cafeteria, taking out our lunches from lunch rush and sitting in 4 separate groups. I was with my 6 girlfriends, including Ryuku, who was assisting our class for the week. We enjoyed our lunch and relaxed until the bell rang at 1:30 p.m., signaling the end of lunch and the start of our hero class until 4 p.m. We waited in class, and Ryuku kept our heroic class teacher a secret. Suddenly, All Might burst through the door, announcing, "I am coming through the door like a normal person." I sweat dropped, thinking about the poor door, while the girls and Mineta fangirled. After everyone settled down, All Might announced, "For today's heroic class, we will be doing combat training." I felt a rush of excitement as I noticed Bakugo smirking, a hint of killer intent radiating from him. Then All Might pressed a button, revealing 20 suitcases. "What's a hero without his hero costume?" he declared. I was thrilled since I had spent 2 days designing mine, which included a pair of steel batons that I could charge with my lightning to paralyze opponents unless they wore full-body anti-electric suits. We took our costumes and headed to the changing rooms, which were separated by gender. I changed into my hero costume. At the entrance to abandoned fake city, All Might was complimenting everyone's costumes when he suddenly realized I was missing. "Where is young Midoriya?" he asked. Everyone looked around, and I stepped through the entrance, saying, "I am here." Instead of my sword and green aura, I had 2 fox ears and big 9 tails. I noticed all the girls blushing, except for Aoi, Ojura, Sakura, and Tokori Red. Confused, I asked, "Why are you all looking red in the faces?" Shojino stammered, "And nothing, Izuku. It's just hot in here." I saw All Might and Bakugo smirking but decided to let it go since it was a bit warm. I then complimented the girls, saying, "Wow, you all look cool or appealing." They responded with, "Thanks, Izuku Foxy Midori." All Might then said, "All right, now pay attention. I will explain the instructions. There will be 2 teams in each battle, with 2 members per team. The villain team will protect a fake nuclear bomb, while the hero team will either capture the villains using capture tape or secure the bomb by touching it. The villains will be given a 5-minute head start. The teams will be formed randomly, and we will have a time limit of 15 minutes. Everyone nodded, but Lita, in her full-body metallic suit, asked, "Why are the teams being formed randomly?" I placed a hand on her shoulder and explained, "By being paired with random people, we can learn to work together since we'll have to collaborate with different quirks in the future." Lita replied, "I see. Thanks for clearing my doubt, Midoriya-kun," bowing deeply. After the lottery, All Might announced, "Here are the teams and who they will go up against. Teams are the same as canon, but it will be Izuku with Lita and Bakugo with Uraraka, and instead of Mineta, there will be Fuyumi." All Might announced, "All right, the first match is between Midoriya and Lita versus Bakugo and Uraraka. The villains may go, and the heroes have 5 minutes to strategize." I turned to Lita and said, "Since they are both friends, Bakugo will be on the offense while Uraraka will guard the bomb. I want you to immediately run away and find the bomb while Bakugo and I fight. Don't engage, stay hidden, and keep me updated through the earpiece." Lita looked surprised but replied, "Your plan is excellent, and I will follow it." Then we heard All Might's voice from the speakers. "The 5 minutes head start for the villains has ended. The heroes may begin their assault." Lita and I dashed towards the building. I stayed in front, my tails hardened to form a shield against any surprise explosions. After 2 minutes, my shield was hit by an explosion from the 3rd floor. I glanced at Lita, who nodded and left to find the bomb. I smirked and said, "It's you and me, Baku." He grinned back, "I've been waiting to fight and defeat you." He charged at me with a right hook. I grabbed my baton, sent a jolt of electricity through it, and struck Bakugo, paralyzing him for a brief moment. I quickly took capture tape and began wrapping it around him, but the paralysis wore off just as he pulled the pin on his grenade. I heard All Might shout, "Don't, young Bakugo. He will be hurt if he receives it at point blank." Bakugo yelled back, "He won't be hurt if he dodges." I activated lightning mode and dashed away just before he could pull the pin. Suddenly, the building shook. I thought, now that I've dodged it and he thinks I got hit, I can sneak up behind him and knock him out. I ran back to see Bakugo panicking, tears welling in his eyes. Bakugo's thoughts raced, No. I thought he could easily dodge, but he's not here. He got vaporized. No, I killed him. Everything went black when I felt something hit my neck. I realized Bakugo was knocked out. I could capture him and then help Lita. I heard through my earpiece, "Midoriya-san, I am hiding outside the room, and Uraraka is currently on guard with a bunch of metallic objects flying around with her quirk." Metallic? I smirked and ran to Lita, who looked shocked to see me. She was about to shout at my sudden appearance, but I placed my hand over her mouth and whispered, "Lita-chan, I will distract her with my lightning." You must run to the bomb and capture it. She nodded. I stood in front of Uraraka and said, "Yo." She looked surprised and replied, "You got past Bakugu. But if you take a step forward, I will release all the debris and you will get hurt." I smirked and sent a small voltage of lightning her way, paralyzing her. I then saw a white figure rush past me, touch the bomb and declare, "Bomb captured." Uraraka looked dejected but quickly regained her composure, saying, "Good match, you two." I smiled and replied, "Your strategy was good too." We heard All Might announce that the hero team won. I went to check on Katsuki and saw him with tears in his eyes, still in his captured state. I removed the tape from him, and he looked at me in shock before pulling me into a hug. "You dumb extra. I thought I killed you, my first real friend." I smiled and said, "It takes more than that to get rid of me." He smirked, and we fist bumped before heading back to the viewing room. Everyone praised us and All Might asked, "Now, students, who do you think is the MVP?" Momo raised her hand, and All Might called on her. "Yes, Momo," she said. "Izuku and Lita are both MVPs since Izuku formulated a plan quickly and showed leadership skills, while Lita flawlessly executed her part." All Might smiled and confirmed, "You are absolutely correct." Suddenly, I felt a kiss on my lips and saw Kirishima standing there. I couldn't escape her grasp, so I surrendered to my fate. To my surprise, I saw others giving me thumbs up. Kirishima broke away, lightly hitting my chest and saying, "Baka, baka, baka." I couldn't see her eyes at first, but when she lifted her face, I noticed tears. I realized she was scared that I had been hurt in the explosion. "I'm sorry, Ijiro. I didn't mean to worry you so much," I said. "How can I make it up to you?" She smiled and replied, "Never let me go and love me forever." She kissed me again, and I felt happy that she confessed. When I saved her from falling during the entrance exam, it was love at first sight for me. Her red hair and eyes mesmerized me. I thought, looks like I have yet another one in my heart. I sat down in a nearby chair, and she held on to me tightly, which I didn't mind at all. The matches continued, and everyone did their best, though some quirks weren't suited for this. I congratulated the winners and cheered for those who lost. When I returned to my dorm, I was surprised to find it much larger than before, with a bed that could easily fit 15 people. I immediately called Nizu and asked, "Principal, why is my dorm 10 times bigger than it was before?" Nizu replied, "Well, Mr. Midoriya, since males with quirks are extremely rare, they have been given permission to marry multiple partners due to a new law enacted 4 years ago. Since you already have 8 girlfriends, it has been decided that you and your girlfriends will all share one room. If the count increases to 15, a new separate dorm will be provided for your HRM to live in. This has been communicated to your girls, along with Mirko, Ryuku, and Yui Kodai. They will be living with you from now on, so take care of them." As I processed this information, I suddenly heard footsteps behind me. Turning around, I saw Yui, Mirko, Ryuku, Momo, Kyoka, Shoko, Fuyumi, and Ijira, along with Ibra and Kendo. Confused, asked, "I know 8 of you are here, but why are Kendo and Ibra here?" Yui stepped forward and explained, "Since UA has started, you haven't spent much time with me. Ibra and Kendo have confessed to me that they love you, and I told them they could also be your girlfriends." I was taken aback, realizing I couldn't argue about not spending time with Yui. "So I have no say in this relationship?" They all smirked and replied, "Nope." Sighing, I said, "Well, since I have no say and clearly am the controlled one here," I smiled and added, "I guess I have some strong-willed girls." They smiled back, and suddenly, Kendo and Ijira tackled me onto the bed. Soon, everyone joined in, and we all settled down to sleep. I extended my tails, and my hands were hugged by Kendo and Ijira, while everyone else had a tail as well. "I guess this isn't so bad," I murmured as we cuddled together, sleeping peacefully and warmly. The next morning, we woke up at 7 a.m., got ready, had breakfast, and hurried to homeroom since it was Aizawa's class, and we definitely didn't want to be late. As we waited for Aizawa, he entered and announced, "Today we will choose your class representative." Everyone sighed in relief and began nominating themselves. When I heard Mineta say, "I will be president and I demand that girls should have their skirt size cut in half," I immediately threw him out of the window. Aizawa nodded approvingly and said, "Good job. Now everyone will vote for the president and make it fast," handing out pieces of paper. After the votes were counted, Aizawa declared, "Well, here are the results. Izuku Midoriya got 19 votes, and Momo Yaoyorozu got 1 vote." I smiled and walked to the front alongside Momo. "I am thankful that everyone thinks I am suitable to be the class president. I will never let you down," I said. Momo echoed my sentiment, then asked, "But who voted for me?" "I did," I replied. "I thought you would be a good fit since you are calm, collected, and intelligent." Momo blushed and smiled. "Ah, thanks, Foxy." And that was the end of the chapter. Izuku's POV. This was certainly an interesting day. First, I had been selected as class president. Second, all my classmates would be living in the same room with me, and that room was as big as the entire floor. It was 5 a.m., time to wake up, train, and make breakfast. I changed into my training outfit and ran around the college for 30 minutes before heading to the gym. I spent the next hour practicing my martial arts on the dummies and punching bags, followed by some weightlifting until 7:30 a.m. After that, I returned to the dormitories. Once I arrived, I took a shower, changed into my school uniform, and went down to prepare breakfast. I finished eating by 8 a.m., set the breakfast on the table for everyone else, and proceeded to class, where I researched other heroes until my classmates arrived. We chatted until the bell rang, and then Aizawa entered the room. For today's heroic class, we will be going to USJ for rescue training along with 2 other teachers, he announced, pulling out a card with "Rescue" written in bold letters. So change into either your gym clothes or hero costumes. The classes continued as usual until lunch. I met up with Momo, Fuyumi, Kyoka, Shoko, and Ijira, and we joined Kendo, Yui, and Ibra for lunch. We got our meals and found a big empty table to chat while tasting each other's food. Suddenly, alarm blared, announcing a level 3 security breach. Panic erupted as everyone pushed toward the exits. I was shoved toward a window and saw that the media had somehow broken in. I shouted, "Everyone, it's just the media," but my voice was lost in the chaos. Frustrated at seeing my friends being pushed around, I turned to Momo and asked, "Momo, can you make me a microphone?" She quickly created one for me. I surrounded myself with blue flames and took to the air, flying to the front of the room. I released a burst of blue flame to grab everyone's attention. With the microphone in hand, I called out, "Everyone listen. Nobody is attacking the school. If you look through the window, you'll see it's just the media that has broken in. We are UA students, and we need to remain calm and show that we are the best." Gradually, everyone calmed down and made their way to class, complimenting me on how I handled the situation. We changed into our hero costumes and headed to the buses where Aizawa was waiting. I turned to the class and said, "Everyone, get into the buses and sit with whoever you want." We all boarded, and the bus headed toward USJ. I sat between Ijira and Tsuyu Azui, who turned to me and introduced herself. "I'm Tsuyu Azui, but please call me Tsu Midoriya." I smiled and replied, "Oh, Tsu. You can call me Izuku." Her lips twitched upwards at my response. Ijira chimed in, "Man, Izu, your quirk is so powerful, while I can only harden my body." I smiled back. "Your quirk is really powerful too, and definitely top pro hero material. After this rescue training, we can train together, and I'll help you with your quirk." Just then, Ijira playfully jumped onto my lap, wrapping her arms around my neck. I returned the gesture, and she eventually settled back down, hugging my arm while I sensed some dark auras around a few girls. At USJ. We arrived at USJ and were greeted by the space hero, "Hello, students. I've been waiting for you." Uraraka immediately started fangirling, but Katsuki pulled her back with a sigh. "Welcome to USJ, the unforeseen simulation joint, where we simulate various disaster scenarios like shipwrecks, landslides, windstorms, and volcanoes. I created this facility to train students to rescue citizens in these situations," 13 explained. As we entered, we were amazed by the sheer size of the facility. I sensed some disturbance and heard Ijura exclaim, "Wow, they even have fake villains at the center." We all looked to see a male with blue hair and wrinkled skin surrounded by about 150 female villains. Aizawa quickly instructed us to stick together and not move. 13. Protect and evacuate the students, he ordered. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, I yelled, "Everyone, run to the exit." But I was cut off as a black mist formed in front of the exit, and a female villain emerged, announcing, "Hello, we are from the League of Villains, and we are here to kill All Might. Since he is not here, we will take the students until he arrives." Immediately, Katsuki and Ijura charged at her, but we were all teleported except for Shojino, Satomi, Aoi, and Tenya. I found myself free-falling through the air and quickly summoned blue flames to fly. I realized I had been teleported to the shipwreck zone, where I saw Tsuyu jump out of the water onto a ship, along with Mineta, who had been thrown there. I had an idea, so I flew closer and whispered to them, "Since the villains aren't attacking us, they don't know our quirks. When I yell, 'Now,' I want you to jump to the shore with Mineta. Mineta, throw your sticky ball at them." I ascended into the sky and heard a villain shout, "Be careful! That kid is doing something." Then I yelled, "Now!" I watched as Tsuyu leaped across the water with her tongue wrapped around Mineta, who was spamming his sticky ball. Soon, all the villains were stuck together thanks to Mineta's sticky ball. I summoned lightning onto the water, which quickly spread and struck all the villains, knocking them out from the impact. I took some capture tape from my costume pocket, and with the help of Tsu and Mineta, we gathered the villains and tied them up tightly so they couldn't use their quirks. "Okay, Tsu, Mineta, go to the exit and wait until everyone gathers there," I instructed. They both nodded and ran towards the exit while I made my way to the center to help Aizawa. When I arrived, I saw Aizawa pinned down by a strange bird-like creature. My heart sank as I witnessed the creature tear at Aizawa's hand. Anger surged within me. I activated my lightning mode, enhancing my speed, and punched the Nomu, sending it stumbling back a few meters. Seizing the opportunity, I quickly picked up Aizawa and dashed to the exit, handing him over to Shojino. "Bandage him while I take care of the villains," I said firmly. She opened her mouth to protest, but I cut her off. "No arguments." I returned to the villains and unleashed a massive lightning bolt that knocked out all 40 of them, except for the man with hands, the woman shrouded in mist, and the bird creature. The man with hands shouted, "How did you defeat them so easily? You're a cheater. Nomu, finish him." The Nomu lunged at me, but I dodged effortlessly and grabbed its hands with my tails, striking it with lightning mode. To my shock, it began to regenerate even as I hit it. The man with hands laughed and explained, the Nomu was given super strength, ultra shock resistance, and instant regeneration through its body cells. An idea sparked in my mind and I smirked. "You shouldn't have told me its quirks." I seized the exposed brain of the Nomu and sent high-voltage lightning along with dark blue flames coursing through it. The creature screamed in agony. I maintained the assault for a full minute, and soon, the Nomu collapsed to the ground, reduced to ashes. My classmates cheered behind me, and I noticed the man with hands scratching his head in disbelief. "How? It's supposed to be stronger than All Might." I replied, "It was easy. When you mentioned it regenerates through cells, I destroyed all the cells with high-voltage lightning and burned the body with flames hotter than 3,000 degrees. Just as I was about to lose consciousness, I saw the man with hands get shot in the legs and arms before he vanished. My classmates called my name, and I fell unconscious in strong arms. All Might's POV. I caught young Midoriya before he hit the ground and quickly grabbed some stamina candies from Recovery Girl, placing them in his mouth as I carried him to the exit. I saw the police arresting villains all around USJ, and a detective approached me after interrogating the students. "All Might, you should be grateful to this kid. If he hadn't defeated the artificial human, according to the villains we captured, it was designed to kill you. The only ones severely injured were Eraserhead and 13. I was shocked by the detective's words. "Please give me a copy of the video. I need to discuss it with the faculty." He handed me a USB drive, which I tucked into my pocket. I sensed movement from young Midoriya. Izuku's POV. I woke up to find myself in All Might's arms. What happened? I remembered defeating the main villain, who then teleported away. I climbed down from All Might's grasp and thanked him for the lift. Suddenly, I was engulfed in hugs from my classmates, who were tearing up. I wrapped my tail around them and reassured them, "Hey, don't cry. I'm not injured, just tired from using my full power of flames and lightning." I was relieved I didn't have to go into dual element mode. I wanted to keep that a secret for when I faced even greater dangers. As we were skirted to the dorms, Shoko and Momo wouldn't let go of me, showering me with compliments. Then the door burst open, and Kendo, Mirko, Ryuku, Ibra, and Yui tackled me to the floor again. I saw them crying, and Yui hit me on the head, saying, "You idiot." I was heartbroken when I heard about Class 1A being attacked and that you fought the strongest villain. Please, don't fight alone. We're here for you. We need you. I looked down in shame, realizing my actions might unintentionally hurt those I cared about. I tail-hugged them and said, "I'm sorry my anger got the best of me when I saw Aizawa about to be killed." They got up, and Satomi and Aoi prepared dinner, which we all enjoyed before heading to our rooms to sleep. Time skipped to morning. I woke up at 7:30 a.m., feeling utterly exhausted. I remembered that UA was given a 3-day rest to improve security. I tried to go back to sleep, but Kendo, Ibra, Fujura, and Mirko pulled me out of bed. "Wake up, Foxy. You haven't taken us on a date yet, so it's our turn today." I groaned. "No, I'm exhausted. Let me rest." Ibra replied, "Fine, but you have to take us on a date tomorrow." I agreed and went back to sleep. I wandered through an abyss when I heard a loud sound resembling a fox. Curious, I followed it and discovered a massive 20-foot white fox with 9 tails, electricity coursing through its body. "Who are you?" I asked. It came to my face and said, "I am the one who saved you." I was confused, and then it explained that her name was Winter and that she had saved me by giving herself to me when I was a baby so that I could live. I was shocked when I learned that and immediately hugged Winter, saying, "Thank you. It's because of you that I have a quirk and have met some amazing people and friends." She then transformed into her human form, and I was mesmerized by her beauty, snow-white hair, sky-blue tails with white ends, and captivating blue eyes. Winter then kissed me on the lips and said, "You work so hard, saving others. I have witnessed all of your kindness, and it's because of your training that I am able to take form and can be summoned by you as part of your quirk." I was stunned but smiled, replying, "I love you, Winter, and I hope that we will work together nicely." Then I woke up from my dream. In real life, I opened my eyes to see Winter next to me, cuddling with me, our tails interlocked. I asked, "Do you have any abilities for attacking?" Winter replied, "I can transform into my fox form to rescue people with my tails and aid you in battles if required. I have super strength and super speed. I'm pretty sure I can cover for you if you want." I smiled and said, "I will not make you go back to the mindscape but keep you by my side all the time and only put you in the mindscape when it is dangerous or when you are hurt." Winter then hugged me and kissed me. I had my hands around her waist while her hands were around my neck. We playfully engaged in a gentle contest for demps with our tongues when I suddenly heard Momo yell, "What are you doing, Izuku Midoriya, without asking us for permission?" Winter and I separated to see my 10 girlfriends with angry faces, ready to confront me. I transformed into my small fox form and hid behind Winter while she explained that she was the reason I was alive and that she was part of my quirk. The girls then apologized and accepted Winter, with Mirko happily chatting with her. I turned to see Momo approaching me. I changed back to my human form and lowered my head, knowing she was upset. Suddenly, she hugged me, saying, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled at you before knowing what happened." I was a bit shocked but hugged her back, extending my tails to bring the others into the hug. After a few minutes, we broke the hug and went to eat lunch since I had slept through breakfast. After lunch, we relaxed by watching movies, playing video games, listening to music, and playing card games until dinner. I cooked ramen for dinner, and everyone ate happily, which made me smile. Then went to our dorms, and I fell asleep while being used as a body pillow for 11 girls. Chapter 1. A day of adventure. Izuku woke up to find himself cuddled by all his friends. He smiled as he glanced at the clock. It was 6 a.m. That meant he still had 5 hours until his date with Ibara, Kendo, Hijura, Mirko, and Winter. Carefully, he extricated himself from their embrace and got out of bed. After putting on his training gear, he stretched and recalled his recent fight with the Nomu. He thought about his quirk, realizing that although he could use dual element mode for an hour, he could only maintain full power for a few minutes. He needed to increase his quirk capacity and endurance. Determined, he planned to focus on using his full power in both hands while running around the field, gradually increasing his time each day. After completing his stretches, he jogged for 30 minutes at a steady pace. Once finished, he headed to the gym to build more physical strength, knowing that the stronger he became, the more powerful his lightning mode and dual element mode would be. He tackled some heavy lifting, focusing on bench presses and chest presses with 200 kilograms each. After his workout, he moved on to martial arts training with the dummies. By the time he finished, it was 8:20 a.m. Returning to the dorms, he found Momo and Fuyumi cooking. "Hey, Momo and Fuyumi, I'm going to take a shower and then join you for breakfast," he said. They both nodded in response. After grabbing his clothes, he headed to the shower. Once he was clean and dressed, he went downstairs to find everyone at the table enjoying breakfast and chatting. He took a seat next to Mina and began to eat. By 9 a.m., he finished and decided to visit Bakugu's room. He knocked on the door, and Bakugu opened it, looking at him with curiosity. "Hey, what's up?" Bakugu asked. "Nothing much, just wanted to play some one-on-one games," Izuku replied. Bakugu smirked and let him in. They spent the next hour playing intensely against each other, and in the final match, Izuku emerged victorious. Take that. The final score is 12-11, my win, Izuku declared, raising his fist in triumph. Bakugu tossed the controller onto the bed. "Next time I'll win," he said. Izuku glanced at the time. "Hey, I've got to go for my date," he said, and Bakugu nodded. Before leaving, Izuku turned back and asked, "Have you confessed to Uraraka yet?" Bakugu sighed. "Not yet. I want to plan something special. I'll help you later, dude. Bye." Izuku replied as he left the room. Back in his own room, Izuku picked out some nice clothes and changed. Looking in the mirror, he thought, not bad for a movie and boat ride. He remembered to add the fox ears and 9 tails to complete his look. Once he was ready, he headed downstairs to find his friends waiting at the entrance. "You all look really cute today," he complimented them, and they smiled in response. He gave each of them a quick peck on the lips. Onwards to the mall. With that, they left the dorms and made their way to the bus station. After a 30-minute ride, they arrived at the mega mall. Ibra suggested, "Let's each choose one place to shop, and we'll go together." Everyone nodded, and while they considered their options, Izuku already knew where he wanted to go, KFC. Who could resist that chicken? After a moment of thought, Ibra said, "There's a flower garden nearby that I want to visit in the evening since I don't need to buy anything at the mall." Ijira chimed in, "I want to buy some sports tops and leg weights." Kendo added, "I want to get some riding gloves." Izuku's eyes lit up. "You ride too? I love motorcycles," he exclaimed. Kendo smiled back, clearly pleased. Mirko grinned and said, "I want to hit the arcade for a while before we get lunch." They all agreed, and finally Winter said, "I just want some casual clothes." They headed to the ladies' clothing store first, where Winter picked out some casual outfits. Afterward, they moved to the sportswear section, where Ijira got her leg weights and sports tops, and Kendo found her riding gloves. Izuku even bought some cool wristbands. At 12:10 p.m., they decided it was time to hit the arcade. Kendo and Ijira competed against each other in racing games, while Ibra tried to win a green fox plushie, though she pouted when she failed. Izuku approached her from behind and said, "Let me try, my green goddess." And so, their day of adventure continued, filled with laughter and excitement. She blushed and moved aside. I then inserted a coin and took out the green fox plushie, handing it to Ibra, who hugged it tightly and kissed me on the lips. I returned the kiss. Rumi approached us and said, "Hey, Foxy. Let's go to the dual dance beat and see if we can beat the record." I grinned, knowing Rumi was a great dancer and I was decent at it too. We got onto the machine, inserted the coins, and the screen lit up with moves. We were in perfect sync with the machine and each other, not missing a single block. At the end, we achieved a perfect high score and set a new record. I heard clapping and turned to see a small crowd gathered, applauding our performance. We waved to them as we stepped down from the machine, and the crowd dispersed. Miko then came up to me and kissed me for a moment, which I returned. After we separated, I looked around and saw Ibra beside me holding the plushie. Kendo and Ijira approached, with Ijira looking defeated. I said, "Let me guess, Ira didn't win a single game." Kendo nodded. I went up to Ijira, kissed her for a moment and said, "Don't worry, my Rocky princess. You can get your revenge later." She smiled and hugged me, while I noticed Winter and Kendo pouting. Kendo exclaimed, "Hey, where's our kiss?" I gave them each a kiss, and we headed to KFC for lunch. We ordered buckets, burgers, and fries. After eating, we decided to spend some time at the aquarium since it was only 3 p.m. At the aquarium, all the fish seemed to swim away when I approached a window. I pouted and said, "I don't think they like my fox features too much." Mirko hugged me and said, "I love your fox ears." I gently petted her ears as she leaned into my hands. We then visited the dolphin exhibit, and to my surprise, the dolphins seemed to enjoy my presence. I petted almost all of them, and by the time we left the aquarium, it was 5:30 p.m. Once outside, I announced, "Time to go to the flower garden." Everyone nodded, and we made our way there, arriving at 6 p.m. Everyone was captivated by the various types of flowers. Ibra knelt down, and her vines had grown a few flowers too. She looked so appealing that I couldn't compare her to anyone else, so I took a picture with my phone. We watched as the sun began to set, filling the sky with orange light, creating a stunning backdrop with all the flowers around us. Afterward, we headed back to the dorms. By 7:30 p.m., we reached the dorms. The girls gathered to discuss the day while Bakugu and I tied Mineta to a pillar, brainstorming combos for when we might team up. Eventually, everyone gathered at the dinner table since Bakugu and I had made soba for everyone. I could see stars in Shoko's eyes as she looked at the food. Everyone began eating after saying their prayers, and everyone commented on how delicious the soba was while Shoko savored it slowly. After dinner, everyone headed to sleep, except for Shoko and me, who were still at the table. I had a playful idea and approached Shoko, who looked confused. Just as she took a mouthful of soba, I leaned in and kissed her, using the surprise to pull the soba into my mouth before pulling away and saying, "Delicious with extra flavor." Shoko turned bright red, struggling to find her words while I chuckled. She stood up and hugged me, hiding her face in my chest, saying, "Unfair. Too sudden. Too embarrassing." I replied, "It's your fault for showing me how to kiss when we first came to the dorms." I smiled and patted her head, noticing the blush on her cheeks. We then washed the dishes and went to our room, finding everyone already asleep, wrapped in each other's embrace. I chuckled, pulled out a mattress from the closet and said, "Let's cuddle like we used to, Shoko." She smiled and we settled down together. Time skipped to morning. I woke up to the same sight I had seen the night before, Shoko and I cuddling on the mattress, while the others were still asleep on the bed. Carefully, I got up without disturbing Shoko and checked the time. It was 5:30 a.m. I changed into my training clothes and continued my training schedule from the day before. I stopped when I saw it was 7:30 a.m. and headed back to the kitchen, where Kyoka, Momo, and Winter were cooking. I wrapped my tails around them and pulled them into a gentle embrace, saying, "Good morning, Momo, Kyoka, and Winter." They smiled and gave me a peck on the cheek, responding, "Good morning, Foxy." I then asked, "Hey, Momo and Kyoka, want to go on a date like old times with Yui, Shoko, and Fuyumi?" Momo's face lit up as she replied, "Yeah," while Kyoka nodded with a gentle smile. "Sweet. Tell them to be ready by 11 a.m. I want to spend some time with Ryuku," I said. Kyoka and Momo nodded and went upstairs to inform the others while I set the breakfast on the table. After a while, everyone started eating. I sat between Tsuyu and Mina, chatting about our quirks. After 8:20 a.m., everyone left to do their own things for our final relaxation day after USJ. I then went to find Ryuku, who was on the balcony, smiling as she stared at her necklace. I approached from behind, hugged her gently, and said, "What's my appealing dragon doing?" She giggled and turned to face me, wrapping her arms around my neck while I placed my arms around her waist. "Nothing, my dear Foxy," she replied, "just admiring this gift you got me." The next morning marked the end of the break following the USJ incident. It was 6 a.m. Izuku's perspective. That was a refreshing sleep, but it was time to train. I didn't want to slack off. I transformed into a small fox to sneak out without waking the girls. After changing into my training clothes in the bath, I headed to the field for some stretching and a light jog to warm up. Once warmed up, I completed 100 push-ups, 100 pull-ups, and 100 sit-ups, followed by running 10 laps around the large field. After that, I made my way to the gym for muscle training. I got on the bench press and started lifting 200 kilograms weights, completing 5 sets of 40 repetitions each. Just as I finished, Ijura and Kendo entered, greeted me with a morning kiss, and began their training. Next, I moved on to chest presses, lifting dumbbells and weights. After my workout, I returned to the dorm for breakfast, arriving at 8:10 a.m. I found Momo and Ibra at the table, enjoying breakfast along with plates for others. I greeted them with a morning kiss and sat beside Ibra, who occasionally fed me as she had a small appetite. After breakfast, I went to the bath to change into my uniform. I met up with the girls and we headed to class, with Ryuku and Mirko going for hero work, while Yui, Kendo, and Ibra went to class 1B. I, along with Jairu, Momo, Ijira, Shoko, and Fuyumi, went to our class. Upon entering, I noticed everyone chatting, and Toru and Mina came over to greet me. I took my seat while conversing with Shoko, Mina, and Toru, while Momo, Jairu, and Fuyumi sat together, chatting, and Ijira went toward Hanta and Denka. After a few minutes, the bell rang, and Aizawa entered, looking exhausted. I noticed others trying to convince him that he didn't need to come in with such visible injuries, but he shrugged it off and instructed everyone to sit down. Once we settled, Aizawa announced, "Your fight is not over," causing a wave of panic as everyone feared more villains were on the way. Then Aizawa continued, "We will be conducting a sports festival in 1 month. To prepare, you will have the afternoon off after lunch." The room erupted in cheers, but Denka raised a concern, asking if it was wise to hold such an important event right after a villain attack. Everyone nodded in agreement, but Aizawa reassured us, stating, "We will be maximizing security 5 times with pro heroes in attendance. This also shows that UA will not back down after a villain attack." The tension eased and we resumed our regular class. After a few PRDS, it was lunchtime. As I approached the door, I overheard everyone discussing their training plans. I already knew what I wanted to do, including the possibility of holding a concert at the sports festival, pending Nisa's approval. When I opened the door, I was met with a large crowd outside. Katsuki remarked, "They're probably here to check us out since we survived a villain attack." I smiled politely and said, "Can you please make way for us? We want to eat lunch and head out for training." Many girls blushed, and then a sleep-deprived girl with purple hair stepped forward. "It's true," she said. "We came here to take a look. It seems all the students are humble about surviving a villain attack." I replied, "Surviving that situation wasn't easy. Many of us almost died. It's not lucky to be attacked by villains. Surviving and being praised for it is good, but most of us are still traumatized." The purple-haired girl continued, "Many of us didn't make it to the hero course because our quirks aren't battle-oriented and ended up in general studies. This is our chance to prove we can compete and earn our seats in the hero course, so consider this a declaration of war." I chuckled lightly and said, "All right, I have a little test for you all who are declaring war on us." They looked confused, so I explained, "You know how villains emit bloodlust during fights, instilling fear in their enemies?" They nodded, and I added, "I will release the average amount of bloodlust from the villains we faced at USJ, and your job is to stand your ground." All the girls smirked and agreed. I narrowed my eyes, adopting a serious expression, and began to emit bloodlust into the air. I watched as most students from other courses fell to their knees or fled, while a few remained, sweating but determined. Only about 20 to 24 students stood their ground. I said, "This is what we had to face while fighting them." They looked shocked but smiled, and the purple-haired girl said, "Thank you for this experience." I then saw a girl who resembled a silver medal version of Ijiro walking toward me with a smile. She said, "I thought your class would be full of arrogant people, but I guess Yui, Kendo, and Ibra were right about you, Midoriya." I smiled and replied, "Thank you. May I know your name?" She responded, "My name is Tetsu Tetsa." I smiled again and said, "Nice to meet you, Tetsun. Good luck training for the sports festival. Sorry for cutting our conversation short, but I have to eat lunch and start my own training. Please tell Yui, Kendo, and Ibra I said hi." She smiled back and walked toward her class. Turning back to my own class, I announced, "Looks like we have some competition. We better train hard, everyone." They cheered, and we headed to lunch. I quickly ate and told the girls I needed to speak with Nizu, excusing myself. I made my way to Nizu's office and knocked on the door. I heard Nizu's voice from inside say, "Enter, please." I stepped in, bowed slightly, and said, "Greetings, Principal Nizu. I have come to discuss something." He smiled and replied, "What a surprise. I was about to call you on the intercom to discuss something as well." I smiled back and said, "I think we both have the same idea about conducting a concert." "Why, yes," he said. "I will make the preparations, and the concert will be after the award ceremony. May I know how many original songs you can perform?" I replied, "I have more than 100 original songs that have yet to be heard, so it will be up to the audience to decide the genre. I'm ready to sing 6 songs. Any more might hurt my throat." "That will be more than enough, young Midoriya. You may go back to your dorm," Nizu said. I thanked him and returned to my dorm. Once inside, I sat on the couch while others asked why I had met with the principal. I replied, "I wanted to ask permission to leave the campus to train." Everyone seemed satisfied with my answer, and I went to my room to prepare for my training, which I planned to start at 3 p.m. and continue until 8 p.m. My goal was to increase my stamina and strength. The higher my stamina, the longer I could use my quirk, and the stronger I became without it, the more powerful I would be overall. I decided to wear weighted bracelets on my arms and legs, along with a weighted chest piece. Each bracelet weighed 15 kilograms, and the chest piece was 25 kilograms. I had a training regimen written down on a piece of paper. After lunch, 2:30 to 4:30 p.m., running with weighted bracelets and chest piece. 4:30 to 5:30 p.m., rest and a few flexibility exercises with weighted bracelets and chest piece. 5:30 to 6:30 p.m., 150 push-ups, 150 squats, and 51 hand push-ups with weighted bracelets and chest piece. 6:30 to 8 p.m., releasing my fire and lightning powers at a high rate to understand my limits and increase endurance against the backlash. Early morning. The same routine as usual, but with weighted bracelets and chest piece. I considered adding more to my training but decided against overworking myself. I put on the bracelets and chest piece. At first, it was challenging, but I began to get used to it. I was confident I could win with my lightning mode and special martial arts, which included my tails, but I wanted to use this extra time to improve my chances against bigger threats in the future. I started my regimen. Time skipped to 8 p.m. My body was sore, but I knew I would adapt slowly. I decided not to dwell on it and headed for a nice bath. After washing thoroughly, I put on some sleepwear and went downstairs for dinner. I was the only one there since it was already 8:45 p.m., and everyone else had already eaten. After dinner, I found everyone asleep, with a spot in the middle of the room. I thought to myself, they must have trained hard to be asleep already. I transformed into my small fox form and made my way to the middle without waking anyone up. I shifted back to my normal form and cuddled with Winter, who was also in her human form, as I drifted off to sleep. Training montage. First 5 days of 30 days. Izuku got used to his training regimen, and his body no longer felt sore. 5th day to 15th day. Izuku increased each weight by 5 kilograms, which was challenging, but he adapted quickly. Second last day of training. Izuku removed his weighted bracelets and chest piece, feeling much lighter and faster. All his forms, as well as his flames and lightning, powered up, allowing him to use lightning mode for 6 hours and dual element mode for 1 hour before running out of power. Izuku's perspective. There was only 1 day left until the sports festival, and I had just tested my limits after removing my weights. I felt a significant improvement. I hadn't been able to spend much time with my friends, but I had practiced for my concert planned with Nizu. I just wanted to relax today and tomorrow with some light training, but it seemed like fate had other plans for me. In front of me were Yui, Shizuki, and Kendo, and they expressed their longing to take me to meet their classroom. I sighed but nodded, knowing it was important to maintain good relations with other classes. As we walked together, they shared a bit about their class, which mostly consisted of girls who were very close to each other. We arrived in front of Class 1B's dorm, and Kendo went inside, saying, "Wait here, Zuzu. I'll tell everyone you're here and call them out to introduce themselves." I nodded, recalling Yui mentioning that Itsuka was like a big sister to Class 1B. It made sense. She had a caring nature and radiated a big sister aura. After a while, I saw 20 girls walking out, most of them holding hands except for 9. I waved and said, "Hey, everyone. I'm Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. I hope we get along." I offered my classic smile, which many of them returned. However, a girl with blonde hair and purple eyes shouted, "Etch? You 1A scum think you can get along with us? We are better than you trash. Honestly, you don't belong in 1A." I glanced at Yui and asked, "Is this the trash talker you mentioned?" She nodded and replied, "Yeah, she's upset because she didn't get into 1A and has a serious superiority complex." I looked back at the girl as she continued, "I don't even know why Kendo, Ibra, and Kodai are dating someone like you." At that moment, Yui and Kendo punched her, with Ibra using her vines to hit her as well. All 3 of them said in unison, "Don't you dare trash talk about our boyfriend, you prick." The girl fell silent, and I watched as the girls who had been holding hands introduced themselves, with the last 5 stepping forward. One girl, resembling an adorable blonde with a ponytail, horn, and small tail said, "Hi. Ibra and Kendo talk about you a lot, and it's exciting to meet you. I'm Pony Tsunatori." I smiled and nodded at her. Then I turned to a girl with dark green hair whom I recognized and said, "Oh hey, you're the one who told me to sing a CC song." She grinned and replied, "Nice to see you remember me, hottie. I'm Setsuna Tokage." I nodded and turned to see a girl with silvery white hair who looked a bit sleep-deprived but pretty. She said, "Hello, my name is Reiko Yanagi." I nodded and looked next to her to see the familiar silver-haired girl, Tetsu. "Oh, nice to see you again, Tetsu-san." I waved at her, and she returned the gesture excitedly, saying, "You too, Midoriya-san." Finally, I glanced at the trash talker girl and scoffed, saying, "My name is Nieto Mona." After we introduced ourselves, we went inside and spent the evening hanging out. Honestly, their class was fun. After 7:30 p.m., Yui, Kendo, Ibra, and I went back to our room to eat dinner and sleep. Time skipped to sports festival day. Bakugu and I were in the boys' changing room with Mineta, and the 3 of us were changing into our P uniforms. I said, "It's time to see who is truly the strongest among first years, Katsuki." He looked at me and grinned, replying, "I ain't holding back." I responded, "Me neither." After changing, we met up with the girls at the entrance to the field while waiting for Present Mike to announce our entrance. Time skipped to Present Mike turning on the mic. Present Mike yelled, "Hello people," into the microphone, and the crowd cheered. He continued, "Today is the sports festival. I am your commentator along with the Egyptian mummified Miss Eraserhead." Aizawa replied, "Why am I here? And don't give me weird names, Mike." But Mike ignored him and yelled, "Let's bring out our participants, starting with Heroic Class 1A, who have survived a deadly villain attack with the help of their hot and cute class president, Izuku Midoriya." The crowd cheered loudly as we stepped out. Mike continued, "And next is Heroic Class 1B. This class may not have been in the spotlight much, but they are definitely brimming with talent. Class 1B entered from the entrance next to us, and I waved at them, which they returned. Present Mike continued, and we have the general courses C, D, E, and support courses F, G, and business courses H, I, J. In total, this makes this year's total 200 participants. As the other classes came out from different entrances looking a bit nervous, I overheard a girl saying, "Are we here only to show the hero course students or what?" I understood her perspective, considering present Mick's introduction of the other courses. Present Mike then yelled, "All right everyone, for our proctor for today's sports festival for first years is the R-rated heroine Midnight." Midnight stepped onto the stage in a sleek white suit, striking a pose that made me blush and look away. I sensed a dark aura around me, but it vanished almost instantly. With a crack of her WHP, Midnight commanded everyone's attention, taking the microphone in hand. "All right everyone, let's invite this year's representative, the charming Izuku Midoriya, for a speech." My face flushed at the mention of my name, but I was determined to deliver my speech. I walked onto the stage, smiled at Midnight, and took the microphone from her. Turning to the audience, I said, "Hello everyone. I'm glad you could all join us for UA's annual sports festival." I waved to the cheering crowd and continued, "I just want to say, let's all have fun and remember that everyone has a chance to win, regardless of their course. So let's all go, plus ultra." The crowd and fellow students raised their hands, shouting, "Plus ULTA." I handed the microphone back to Midnight, but instead of taking it, she pulled me in for a quick peck on the cheek. I felt my face heat up as the crowd cheered. Midnight took the mic and added, "That's for the wonderful speech, handsome." I glanced down to see the jealous expressions of my friends and several other girls. Putting on a serious expression, I promised myself to give it my all, though I decided to keep my dual element mode a secret, aware that there might be villains watching. Midnight announced, "Our first event for today is an obstacle course of 4 kilometers around the outside of the stadium. Contestants can use their quirks on each other but will be disqualified for causing too much damage." A smirk appeared on my face as I thought about activating my Godspeed mode to break the course record. "All contestants, please gather at the starting line." Midnight called. I hurried to the starting position. "On your marks," she said, and I activated my Godspeed mode, blue lightning crackling around me and creating wind pressure that startled some of the other contestants. "Get set." Midnight continued. I crouched in a running position. And go! I took off at top speed, zipping past the zero-pointers who didn't even notice me. I reached the second obstacle, which I assumed was a pitfall. Looking at the camera, I waved as I heard Present Mike exclaim, "What?" Izuku Midoriya is already at the second obstacle while half of the students haven't even crossed the starting line. The crowd gasped, realizing Mike was telling the truth. With a smirk, I activated blue flames to levitate and soared over the pitfall and the mines, landing at the entrance of the tunnel. I dashed through it at my normal speed and crossed the finish line, greeted by cheers from the crowd and Present Mike shouting, "Jesus, how OP is this guy?" He completed the course in 30 seconds, shattering All Might's record of 2 minutes and 3 seconds. "Aizawa, how is he so fast?" Aizawa sighed and replied, "As far as I know, he has trained for 4 years and applied his quirk in various ways to improve himself. This is the result of his hard work, and he is recorded to be faster than All Might ever was." The crowd erupted in cheers at Aizawa's explanation. I made my way back to Midnight, sitting next to her and resting my head on her shoulder, knowing she wouldn't move until it was time for the next event announcement. Chapter End. Izuku woke up from his nap to find Midnight-sensei smiling and gently petting his ears. It felt nice, and he let out a contented sound. When the petting stopped, he looked up to see Midnight-sensei blushing, but she quickly regained her composure. Leaning up, he encouraged her, "Pet me a bit, Midnight-sensei." She smiled and resumed her gentle touch. Suddenly, Present Mick's voice boomed, announcing the results. "Look folks, we got our other crew back. In second place is Katsuki Bakugu, and Shoko Todoroki and Fuyumi Todoroki in third and fourth." Izuku got up from near Midnight-sensei and approached Bakugu with a smirk. "Too slow, Bakugu," he teased. Bakugu growled in response, "Just wait and see." I'll take first place in the second round. Izuku smirked back. Bring it on. He then moved towards Shoko and Fuyumi, wrapping his tails around them in a hug. Good job, girls. You did well. They smiled and kissed him on each cheek, making him chuckle. Next, he went to Momo and Jairu, congratulating them with another hug. They giggled and thanked him, kissing his cheeks once more. He then fist-bumped Kendo and Ijara before congratulating Yui and Ibra with a kiss on their hands. Returning to where Midnight Sensei stood, ready to announce the next challenge, she took the mic and began, "All right, congratulations to all the top 42 contestants who made it past the first round. Now for the second round." After a brief pause for suspense, she continued, "Cavalry Battle. For this, you must be in groups of at least 2 to the contestant in 42nd place has 10 points, with each place adding 5 points, 41st place has 15, and 40th place has 20. A screen displayed the points for everyone except Izuku, which made him raise an eyebrow in confusion. Before he could ask, Midnight Sensei added, "The first place will receive 1 million points." As soon as she finished, he sensed over 30 intense gazes aimed at him, all wanting to claim his first place. With a smirk, he raised his own presence to match theirs, causing the other students to falter. In a deep voice, he declared, "Bring it on, but you can't win." He glanced around, noticing that most of the girls were avoiding him. I felt a hand on my shoulder and turned to see Katsuki. He said, "Want to team up and take down these extras? You look like you need help anyway." I smirked and replied, "I have a plan." He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is it?" I explained, "You'll be the rider, and I'll make us fly into the sky. We'll stay out of reach and use your explosions against projectile attacks." Katsuki grinned and said, "Yes. This will be an undisputed victory, ha." After 10 minutes, all the teams were formed, and Midnight returned to the stage. She announced, "Okay, we have a total of 10 4-member teams and 1 2-member team. Here are the team layouts." A screen displayed the teams. Team 1, Rider Katsuki Bakugu and Izuku Midoriya. Team 2, Rider Shoko Todoroki and Fuyumi Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu, and Mina Ishido. Team 3, Rider Hanashiro and Eijiro Kirishima, Denki Kaminari, and Ochako Uraraka. Team 4, Rider Ibra Shiozaki and Tetsu, Tenya Ida, and Mei Hatsum. Team 5, Rider Hitoshi Shino and Itsuka Kendo, Mashareo Ojiro, and Aoi Yuga, etc. Midnight continued, "No team will be eliminated unless their rider falls to the ground." I heard Tetsu-san say, "That means the 11 teams will be on the field the whole time." Midnight then declared, "All right, riders, get on top. We will start the countdown in a minute." After a minute, the riders were on top of their teams, and everyone was ready to go after Izuku and Katsuki. Midnight yelled, "Begin!" Izuku immediately used blue fire on his legs and flew up to a height of 100 meters, which was the limit for the round. He started floating there, preparing fire in his hands in case anyone tried to reach them, while Katsuki readied his explosions. For the first 2 minutes, nothing happened, but suddenly, Izuku and Katsuki began to feel cold. Izuku realized what was happening and flared up his fire, warming Katsuki without burning him. "This is Fuyumi's work. We can't stay in one place. I'll keep moving around, hang on." True to his word, Izuku began to move, avoiding Fuyumi's freezing attempts, dodging a horn from Pony, acid from Mina, and purple ball from Mineta while using his fire to evade Shoko's ice. This continued for 5 minutes as everyone realized they couldn't do anything against the Izuku and Katsuki duo and started taking each other's headbands. Meanwhile, Izuku analyzed everyone's quirks, knowing that the last round would involve fighting. After 5 minutes, Midnight took the mic and announced, "The time is up, everyone. Stop and look towards the screen to see which teams advance to the finals." Present mic announced from the speaker, "The first place goes to Team Bakugu, the second place goes to Team Shoko Todoroki, the third place goes to Team Ibra Shiozaki, the fourth place goes to Team Hanashiro, and the fifth place goes to, surprisingly, Team Shino." Ojiro and Kendo approached Midnight. Kendo said, We both would like to withdraw from the tournament since we have no memories of participating in the second round, and our spirits won't accept it. Their classmates urged them to reconsider, but Ojiro and Kendo stood firm. Midnight smiled and replied, "Such youthfulness. I shall accept your request." Now there are 16 participants for the final round, which will be a one-on-one tournament style. In the stands where the heroes were seated, they discussed potential participants. One hero thought, "Izuku Midoriya has a lot of potential. Perhaps I can teach him stealth and weapon use." Momo Yaoyorozu also has endless potential with her quirk. "I can teach her the ways of a ninja. But let's see how they perform in the fights. He also looks really cute though. Maybe I can." Guess the mystery person for a shoutout. Word count, 10 words. Time to Detroit dash to the next chapter. Chapter end. The current harem consists of Momo Yaoyorozu, Kyokager, Fuyumi Todoroki, Shoko Todoroki, Bukoda, Rumi Usajiyama, Ryuko Tatsuma, Bura Kirishima, Dasuka Kendo, Burashiza. Future additions may include Mina Ishido, Tsuyu Azui, Shojino Mizo, Hanashiro, Denka Kaminari, Melissa Shield, Toru Hagekure, Mandalay, 21 years old. More characters will be added gradually. Chapter end. Izuku's perspective shifted as the announcement of a one-on-one competition between 16 combatants echoed through the arena. Present Mike declared, "We have a 1-hour break for students to have some lunch and replenish their fighting spirit." Turning to his friends, Izuku asked, "Want to have lunch together?" He received nods and a few enthusiastic "sure" responses. They made their way to the lunch area designated for participants, where they stood in line to get their meals. A few students from Class 1B greeted them, and they exchanged light banter, although Nito Monoma attempted to trash talk but was quickly silenced by Kendo, who sent him flying toward the exit. They settled at a table, with Izuku sitting between Bakugu and Mina. He engaged Mina in conversation about her fighting style. "Mina, your fighting style seems to rely a lot on flexibility and speed, with your quirk as your main offense?" Mina responded, I really like dancing, so I adopted it into my fighting style. It helps me be flexible and unpredictable, but I need more muscle power to punch effectively," demonstrating a few air punches. Izuku pondered for a moment before saying, after the festival, can you teach me how to dance? I've always found it interesting, even though I'm not much of a dancer." Mina's face lit up, and she excitedly shook his shoulders. We are gonna have a lot of fun together, my dance junior." Izuku chuckled nervously at her enthusiasm and nodded, agreeing that it would indeed be fun. After finishing their lunch, the 16 finalists were summoned to the field by Present Mike. They made their way to the arena, where a large square fighting area awaited them, with Midnight standing in the center, holding a box filled with ball for a lucky draw to determine matchups. Midnight announced, "All right, everyone. We will decide who will face whom using these lucky draws. Inside each ball is a number, 1 will face 2, 3 will face 4, and so on." The finalists nodded and approached one by one to select their ball, instructed not to open them until given permission. Izuku was the last to pick a ball. When Midnight finally allowed them to open their ball, he unfolded the paper inside to reveal the number. After a brief moment, everyone opened their papers, and the matchups were displayed on the big screen. Final tournament. First match, Hitosha Shinso vs. Izuku Midoriya. Second match, Ibara Shiozaki vs. Ochako Uraraka. Third match, Aoi Yuga vs. Tetsu. Fourth match, Tenya Ida vs. Fuyumi Todoroki. Fifth match, Momo Yaoyorozu vs. Hanashiro. Sixth match, Shoko Todoroki vs. Mina Ishido. Seventh match, Katsuki Bakugu vs. Denka Kaminari. Eighth match, Ijira Kirishima vs. Mei Hatsum. Chapter end. I grinned as I realized I was in the first fight. Midnight announced, "Everyone except the 2 combatants in the first match, please go to the spectators' seats for allotted classes." Everyone except me and Shinso-san moved to the seats. First match, Hitosha Shinso vs. Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike then announced, "The first match is between the underdog who came out of nowhere from general class, Hitosha Shinso, and the cute, strong powerhouse and the most popular male in UA, Izuku Midoriya. Eraser, what are your thoughts on this match? I felt a bit embarrassed by the introduction but focused on my opponent. Noticing that Ojira and Itsuka had retired, it seemed that Shinso-san could control minds or bodies. Since I was still unaffected, it appeared there was a condition for her quirk to activate. Once the match began, I planned to analyze her without speaking, as mind control often depended on voice. Midnight stepped into the center and asked, "Are both fighters ready?" I nodded, and my opponent did the same. Midnight then declared, "Begin," and jumped off the stage. I saw Shinso-san standing without a stance as she said, "You must be gifted to have a strong quirk, huh, Midoriya?" She smirked, clearly trying to provoke me. I recognized her tactic and knew she was trying to elicit a response. Without hesitation, I rushed in. She took a stance that had many openings, and just as I reached her, she attempted to punch me in the face. I easily evaded her attack and struck her stomach with all my strength. My high physical strength, enhanced by being a half-kitsune, sent her flying out of the arena and into the wall. She landed on her back, clutching her stomach and coughing. Midnight announced, "The victor is Izuku Midoriya." I smiled and approached Shinso-san, who was still in pain. I extended my hand to her. She scowled and exclaimed, "What? Are you here to gloat?" I replied, "If you had anyone else as your opponent, you might have one. But you have almost no physical training. You could have handled the robots at the entrance if you had trained physically like others in our class. It seems you depend solely on your quirk, which likely requires a response from your opponent." I continued, "Please talk to a teacher about training and consider getting a weapon. I recommend Aizawa, who has a quirk that doesn't provide physical benefits or projectiles." She looked surprised as she processed my words and smiled, saying, "Thanks, Midoriya. I'll try harder next year. You better watch out." I grinned as she took my hand and stood up. I then walked away as medical bots came to assist her. I made my way to my class's booth, where I was congratulated on my match. Apparently, my speech had been shown on the big screen, and I noticed several other students looking at me in awe. I chuckled nervously and sat down for the next match. Second match, Ibara Shiozaki vs Ochako Uraraka. I felt sorry for Uraraka, knowing that Ibara had one of the strongest quirks among the first years. Her hair, which resembled vines, could extend up to 80 meters, and she had excellent quirk control, rivaling Bakugo. The only drawbacks to her quirk were its weakness in low sunlight and against fire-type quirks, but those weaknesses could be overcome. I turned to Bakugo and said, "You might want to go console your soon-to-be girlfriend. Ibara's quirk makes it nearly impossible for Uraraka to get close. She'll need a speed quirk like Ida's or a fire quirk like Shoko's to overcome Ibara." Katsuki looked a bit sad for his friend but nodded, saying, "Uraraka has been training hard to prove herself in the tournament. She'll definitely be devastated." I smiled, noticing how close they were, and added, "Go on, she'll need someone. Don't leave her alone, even if she says she's fine." He nodded and headed toward where Uraraka would exit after the match. Present Mike announced, "The second match is between Ibara Shiozaki, known as the HOOY Maiden of UA, and the adorable Machi, Ochako Uraraka. What do you think about this matchup, dear Aizawa?" Aizawa sighed and replied, "Looking at it quirk-wise, Uraraka has the least chance. I admit she is strong, but Ibara's quirk can keep her opponent at a distance and strike hard. Unless Uraraka has a good tactic, she won't last long." I nodded, recognizing the truth in his words, and noticed Present Mike referring to Aizawa as dear, suggesting a close relationship. Midnight asked both fighters if they were ready, and they nodded. "Begin," she declared. Uraraka immediately used her quirk to lighten her clothes for extra speed and ran toward Ibara. But as soon as she took her fifth step, vines emerged from the ground and wrapped around her, leaving her struggling to break free. Ibara looked sympathetic as Uraraka was unable to show her potential. Gently, Ibara placed Uraraka outside the arena as Midnight declared her the winner. I saw Uraraka's face filled with disappointment, and I noticed Bakugo waiting in the shadows as she made her way to him, disappearing around the corner. I turned my attention to the screen, where the third match was about to begin. Third match, Aoi Yuga vs Tetsu. I thought to myself that this would likely be a battle of endurance. Aoi's lasers could pierce through steel with effort and time, while Tetsu-san had likely trained hard with her quirk. It seemed this match would be a test of who could last longer, with no fistfights expected, only quirk power. I thought Tetsu-san might have an advantage if she could use her speed to dodge, but considering how similar she is to Ijira, I assumed her speed would be average, making it difficult for her to avoid the lasers. Present Mic announced, the third match is between the sparkling girl Aoi Yuga from 1A versus the ultimate steel warrior with spikes, Tetsu. What do you think about this, dear Aizawa? Aizawa rubbed his ears and replied, Quirk-wise, Aoi Yuga has an advantage, but this is a battle of endurance. I couldn't help but think that Aizawa and I were on the same wavelength. Midnight then shouted, Begin, and jumped away. Aoi-san immediately shot a laser from her navel, while Tetsu-san, left with no choice, blocked it by crossing her arms and hardening them with a thick layer of steel. After 3 minutes, I noticed Aoi-san was breathing and shooting lasers weakly, while Tetsu-san was constantly reinforcing her arms with her quirk and looked slightly exhausted. Eventually, Aoi-san raised her hand and said, I surrender. I glanced at Tetsu-san and noticed a bit of black on her arms where the lasers had been hitting. Midnight declared Tetsu-san the winner as the two fighters shook hands and returned to their corners. I heard Present Mic complain, that was no action, just endurance, to which Aizawa quickly responded, not all quirks can be used in close combat. Stop letting your personal feelings interfere. I chuckled at their banter and turned my attention to the fourth matchup. The fourth match was between Tenya Ida and Fuyumi Todoroki. I couldn't say who would win, both had equal chances depending on their skills. Present Mic's loud commentary filled the arena. The fourth match is between the human version of Audi, Tenya Ida, versus the most comfortable and huggable girl, Fuyumi Todoroki. I chuckled as both Ida and Fuyumi anime fell upon hearing their nicknames, glaring at Present Mic, who suddenly felt a chill as Fuyumi used her quirk. Aizawa sighed and signaled Fuyumi to stop, which she reluctantly did. Midnight chuckled and announced, Begin! Fuyumi immediately yelled, Area 0, and froze Ida and the area around her. Midnight was about to declare Fuyumi the winner when she noticed cracks forming as Ida broke free, shivering from the lingering ice. I realized Ida had used his recipro burst to melt the ice with the turbo fire from his engines. He rushed toward Fuyumi and aimed a swift kick at her face, which she dodged, countering with a punch to his back that sent him tumbling. However, Ida quickly regained his balance and engaged in close combat, throwing punches and kicks that Fuyumi blocked and deflected. After a while, Fuyumi froze the area around her hand and delivered a powerful punch to Ida's face, sending him tumbling toward the edge of the arena, where he ultimately fell off. Midnight declared Fuyumi the winner as the crowd cheered for the exciting match. I smiled as Fuyumi gave me a thumbs up, which I returned. I glanced at Ida, who looked a bit disappointed but content with his performance, and then turned my attention to the next matchup. The sports festival would continue for 3 more chapters, featuring various perspectives. I hoped everyone would enjoy the detailed descriptions of the fights. Izuku's POV. The 5th match was between Momo Yaoyorozu and Hana Siro. I thought Siro-san had a chance, but knowing Momo, who was a quirk enthusiast like me, she likely had a counter ready for Siro-san. I watched as Hana-san and Momo approached the stage. Momo created something but kept it hidden under her UA jacket, while Siro-san stretched nervously. Present Mic announced, Well folks, the 5th match is between tape industry Hana Siro from the Hero Course versus the creation queen Momo Yaoyorozu from the Hero Course. Eraserhead, what do you think? Aizawa replied, both have a chance, but it seems like Yaoyorozu has a plan. I nodded and looked around, seeing everyone from my class cheering for both of them. I turned to Jairu beside me and asked, Not rooting for Momo? Jairu smiled and replied, I already know her plan. She's been practicing this for a while. I smiled and turned my attention to the stage as Midnight asked if the 2 competitors were ready. Momo and Siro nodded in response. Midnight then yelled, Begin, and jumped away. I watched as Shiro immediately tried to wrap Momo in tape, but she quickly pulled out what looked like a stun gun and aimed it at Shiro's legs. The tape halted its advance, and Shiro yelled in pain, collapsing to the ground, paralyzed. Momo then used Shiro's tape to wrap him up completely, leaving only his face exposed. "Give up yet, Shiro?" Momo asked playfully. Shiro sighed and replied, "I surrender." Midnight announced, "The fifth match goes to Momo Yaoyorozu. Can I have the stun gun, please, Momo?" Momo shrugged and tossed the stun gun to Midnight, who caught it with a mischievous smile. I couldn't shake the feeling that something might happen to me in the future. I watched as Momo and Midnight untied Shiro, while the crowd cheered, "Don't mind. You can do better next time." Shiro groaned at their attempts to cheer him up. Momo and Shiro returned to their corners, and I looked at the next matchup on the screen. Sixth match, Shoko Todoroki vs Mina Ishido. Both competitors were skilled and could counter each other's quirks. Mina could melt through ice with her acid, while Shoko could use her fire against Mina's acid. It would depend on their skills. Present Mike announced, "Alright people, the sixth match is between the Acid Queen Mina Ishido from Hero Course versus the Icy Hot Princess Shoko Todoroki. What do you think about this one, Eraser?" Eraser replied, "It depends on their skills and how they use their quirks." Midnight confirmed that the fighters were ready and shouted, "Begin!" She jumped away as Shoko launched huge pillars of ice at Mina, who countered with a large ball of corrosive acid that melted through the ice, creating an opening. Mina quickly used her acid to slide toward Shoko, who retaliated with a burst of flames. Mina jumped high, bending her body to avoid the flames, and began sliding in a zigzag pattern. Mina skillfully dodged both the flames and ice attacks as she closed in on Shoko, landing a punch to her stomach before jumping back to avoid an ice punch. Surrounding her fists with acid, Mina aimed for Shoko's face, but Shoko caught Mina's elbow and flipped her over, sending her into the air. Shoko created an ice slide from Mina's falling position to the edge of the arena. Mina tried to balance herself mid-air but slipped on the ice, sliding toward the edge. Using acid from her feet, she melted a part of the ice and managed to stay in the arena. She jumped to the side, avoiding another burst of flames, and yelled, "Acid barrage." Small ball of acid shot rapidly from her hands toward Shoko. Shoko skillfully slid out of the way using ice beneath her feet. As Shoko closed in, she sent an ice pillar toward Mina. Mina melted through the ice with her acid, but Shoko continued to create more ice and shoot it at her. After a few minutes, Mina stopped releasing acid as her hands turned red from the strain, and she was pushed out of the arena by the ice. Midnight declared, "The winner of the sixth match is Shoko Todoroki." I smiled as it had been the longest fight so far. The crowd cheered for both competitors, and a few heroes discussed the match. In a moment of camaraderie, Shoko approached Mina, who was pouting. "That was the hardest fight I've had, except for izuku, so far, Mina. I almost ran out of energy." Mina grinned as she stood up. "Just wait until next time, Shoko-chan. I will definitely win." Shoko smiled, and both contestants shook hands before heading to their respective exits. Izuku smiled and looked toward the screen to see the seventh matchup. Seventh match, Katsuki Bakugo vs Denka Kaminari. After looking at the matchup, Izuku thought, "I feel bad for Denka-san. Unless she can catch Bakugo off guard and knock him out with a high-voltage attack, she can't win." Present Mike announced, "Alright people, the seventh match is between the Lightning Beauty Denka Kaminari versus the King of Explosions, Katsuki Bakugo, who is looking like he will win at the moment. What do you think, dear Eraser?" Eraser replied, It would end badly for Kaminari unless she has a good plan." Denka Kaminari stepped forward, looking a bit nervous and sweating, while Katsuki Bakugo emerged from his corner with a confident smirk. Midnight looked at both fighters and asked, "Are you both ready?" They nodded, and Denka said, "Man, why did it have to be you?" Katsuki just grinned devilishly as Midnight yelled, "Begin!" Denka decided to take a chance and shouted, 2,000,000 volts. She sent her attack at Bakugo, who launched a massive explosion that destroyed a chunk of the arena. The explosion lessened the impact, allowing Bakugo to withstand the electric attack due to his fire resistance. Katsuki looked at Denka, who made a strange face with 2 thumbs up, repeatedly saying, "Ni." Katsuki's sweat dropped as he approached Denka, picked her up, and placed her outside the arena. The crowd booed a bit at the one-sided and quick match as Midnight declared, "This match goes to Katsuki Bakugo." The crowd cheered, though they were unsatisfied with how quickly it had ended. Izuku and the others watched the final matchup of the first round, which was 8th match, Ijira Kirishima vs. Mei Hatsum. As Izuku considered the last matchup, he thought to himself, this will be interesting. Ijira can use his quirk effectively, but I wonder how Hatsum will manage with her gadgets. Present Mike then announced, "Alright, everyone. For the final match of round 1, we have the invention prodigy Mei Hatsum from the support course versus the rock-hard redhead Ijira Kirishima from the hero course. What do you think about this one, Eraser?" Eraserhead hummed thoughtfully and replied, "I can't say. Hatsum might have inventions to counter, but at close range, Kirishima is one of the best in class." Hatsum entered the field, fully equipped with various support gear, while Ijira awkwardly donned a few gadgets from Mei Hatsum. Midnight, after confirming that both fighters were ready, shouted, "Begin!" and leaped away. 15 minutes passed with Mei Hatsum skillfully dodging Ijira while explaining all her support gear to various business representatives in the audience. Eventually, Mei stepped out of the arena and declared, "I surrender this match." Ijira, feeling incredibly embarrassed and frustrated at being outmaneuvered, shouted, "That was too unheroic." The audience watched in disbelief at the unusual match as Midnight announced, "The match goes to Ijira Kirishima due to Mei Hatsum's surrendering." Ijira wiped away tears as he made his way to the exit, while Hatsum walked away proudly, satisfied with her performance. Present Mike then declared, "Alright folks. We will be having a 10-minute break before we head into the quarterfinals of the 1 vs. 1 tournaments. The matchups will be shown on the screen." After the break, Izuku decided to join Ijira as the others went to get some refreshments. Chapter 1. Izuku approached Ijira, who was still shedding tears, and gently hugged her. Ijira embraced him tightly, as if trying to crush him with her strength. After a moment, they separated, and Izuku reassured her, "Don't worry, Ijira. Mei did it for her future, and you'll get to fight great battles later." Ijira nodded and leaned in for a kiss, which Izuku reciprocated, sharing a sweet moment together. Meanwhile, Melissa watched them from the corridor, pouting before smirking and walking away. Back in the classroom, Class 1A was chatting with Class 1B while returning from the refreshment stand. Kendo complained to Fuyumi, "It's not fair. You all get to be with Izuku all the time." Fuyumi chuckled, replying, "At least we share a room, though it's Suka." Ibra chimed in, "I want to spend some quality time with my fiancé too." Yui, alongside Shoko, bluntly remarked, "You had a date recently, Ibra," causing everyone to giggle. Mina was animatedly discussing her near victory with Denka, who seemed downcast. Katsuki and Ochako walked hand in hand, engaged in conversation, while Mei observed Bakugo with interest. The class returned to their seats just in time for the announcement of the quarter-final pairings, with Izuku waiting alongside Ijira. Izuku's POV. The pairs were randomized for each round, so he wouldn't be fighting his beloved Ijira. Present Mick's voice boomed, "Alright folks, let's see the names of the students who qualified for the quarterfinals. Look at the screen. Izuku Midoriya. Burashiza. Tetsubutsu. Fuyumi Todoroki. Momo Yaoyorozu. Shoko Todoroki. Katsuki Bakugo. Ijira Kirishima. These are the students who will advance into the quarterfinals, and it's time to shuffle to see who will fight whom." The names shuffled on the screen and stopped at Match 1, Ibra Shiozaki vs. Tetsu Tetsa. Match 2, Momo Yaoyorozu vs. Fuyumi Todoroki. Match 3, Shoko Todoroki vs. Katsuki Bakugo. Match 4, Izuku Midoriya vs. Ijira Kirishima. Izuku noticed Ijira grinning widely, while Momo and Fuyumi exchanged handshakes. Katsuki wore a maniacal grin, and Shoko remained stoic. Ibra and Tetsu exchanged competitive glances before heading to the arena. Izuku sighed, deciding to rely on his physical strength rather than overexerting himself. Quarterfinals. First match Ibara Shizuki vs Tetsu Tetsa. Present mic announced. For the first match, we have the hopeful Empress Ibara Shizuki from Class 1B versus the Woman of Steel Tetsu Tetsa from Class 1B. Both competitors entered the arena, and Tetsu called out, "Get some originality, Mike-sensei," with a playful tone, while Present Mike chuckled nervously. Midnight stepped in, and after receiving nods from the students, declared, "Let the battle begin." As soon as the match started, Ibara unleashed a barrage of vine-shaped punches, while Tetsu braced herself, using her quirk to absorb the blows. However, Tetsu needed to be close to her opponent, while Ibara excelled at range. After 5 minutes, Ibara's punches slowed, and Tetsu was on the verge of exhaustion. With a final punch, Ibara's attack broke through Tetsu's defense, sending her out of the ring. Midnight announced, "The winner of this round is Ibara Shizuki from Class 1B. Ibara, though exhausted, used her vines to carry the unconscious Tetsu to Recovery Girl, earning cheers from the audience for her sportsmanship. Izuku thought to himself, "That was a great strategy. If only I can use my tails to harden and combine that with lightning to challenge Ijira. But I'll give her a chance to prove herself." Aizawa then spoke into the mic. Even though it looked one-sided, the force behind each punch from Ibara's vines is enough to break through a 30 centimeters thick brick wall. Tetsu Tetsa will be an unbreakable shield, much like Ijira Kirishima. A few heroes took note of this observation. Quarterfinals. Second match Momo Yaoyorozu vs Fuyumi Todoroki. Present mic announced, and for the second match, we have the Angel of Climate, Fuyumi Todoroki from Class 1A versus the Angel of Creation, Momo Yaoyorozu from Class 1A. Both have demonstrated excellent strategic thinking and hand-to-hand combat skills. Who will prevail? Momo and Fuyumi entered the arena, both wearing competitive smiles. Momo was dressed in a unique outfit, holding a bow staff, ready for the challenge ahead. Both competitors nodded as Midnight announced, "Let the battle begin." Fuyumi immediately attempted to freeze Momo's legs, but Momo struck the ice with her bow staff, breaking free and sprinting toward Fuyumi with incredible speed thanks to her spring-enhanced shoes. Fuyumi tried to raise the temperature around Momo to exhaust her, but it had no effect. Momo reached Fuyumi and swung at her, but Fuyumi sidestepped and kicked the bow staff out of Momo's hand. She then aimed a punch at Momo's stomach, which Momo blocked with her palm, grabbing Fuyumi's hand with her other hand in an attempt to flip her. However, Fuyumi regained her balance mid-air, landing perfectly and breaking free from Momo's grip. Momo retaliated with a powerful punch to Fuyumi's shoulder, causing her to stumble. Fuyumi dodged several punches and landed a hard blow to Momo's stomach, making Momo bend forward. Seizing the opportunity, Fuyumi delivered an uppercut to Momo's face, but Momo blocked it by crossing her arms. Momo then executed a sharp kick to Fuyumi's head, causing her to fall to the ground, dazed. Momo took advantage of the moment, creating a stun stick taser and lightly striking Fuyumi's neck, sending low-voltage electricity through her, rendering Fuyumi unconscious. Midnight checked on Fuyumi and declared, "Fuyumi Todoroki is unconscious, so the match goes to Momo Yaoyorozu from Class 1A." Izuku stood up and clapped, joined by the crowd, as he thought about how both competitors were incredible, but Momo's limitless quirk and tactical mind had prevailed. The crowd cheered as Momo applied light bandages to Fuyumi's face where the kick had landed, and Fuyumi was taken by the medbots. The next match was announced. Alright folks, for the third match of the quarterfinals, we have the King of Explosions, Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A, versus the Fire and Ice Phoenix, Shoko Todoroki from Class 1A. Izuku envisioned different scenarios and anticipated various outcomes. The fight unfolded similarly to the anime, with Todoroki using her fire side and ultimately winning. Midnight announced, "Katsuki Bakugo is unconscious, so the victory goes to Shoko Todoroki from Class 1A." Izuku observed many heroes conversing, some even arguing, and shook his head as he got up to head to the arena. The fourth match was announced. Alright people, we now have the fourth round, which is between the Red Rock fighter Ijira Kirishima from Class 1A and the newly claimed god of high school, Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. Izuku entered the arena with a smile, mirrored by Ijira, who gave a thumbs up to present Mike for the nickname. Both nodded to Midnight, who declared, "Let the battle commence." Ijira launched a right cross toward Izuku's face, which he blocked, and continued her combo. After being blocked, Ijira grabbed Izuku's hand, pulling him in to catch him off guard, and aimed a kick at his head and midsection, both of which he dodged. Gaining some distance, Ijira hardened her fists and charged in for another combo, starting with a chop to the neck. Izuku deflected her attacks and elbowed her, pushing her back. Realizing punches weren't effective, Ijira targeted pressure points, but Izuku countered and pushed her off. He then executed a one-handed backflip to dodge and charged with 3 pressure point strikes, which Ijira managed to negate. Ijira jumped back and attempted a 360-degree spin kick to Izuku's face, but he caught her with one hand. Using his other hand, he lifted her and threw her to the side of the arena, activating his lightning mode. Emerald lightning danced around his body before settling into sparks. Izuku practically teleported in front of Ijira, who was caught off guard and received a kick to her torso. Ijira flew back, colliding with the wall and creating a large spider-web-shaped dent. She fell to the grass, clutching her stomach and breathing heavily. Midnight declared, "Since Ijira Kirishima has been knocked off the arena, the winner for this round is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. Izuku smiled as he picked up Ijira in a princess carry and headed to the exit. The crowd erupted in applause, impressed by the performance and the sportsmanship displayed at the end. Class 1A went to check on their friends in the recovery room, as there was a 20-minute break until the semifinals. Chapter End. Third-person POV. After the 20-minute break, the audience settled back into their seats in the stadium, eagerly awaiting the announcement regarding the remaining fighters in the tournament. Class 1B students were seen offering mental support and strategies to help their classmates win their battles. Fuyumi, Jairu, and Shoko engaged in a lively conversation with Momo, who appeared deep in thought. Shoko remained calm, while Izuku wore a stern expression, his gaze fixed on the big screen as he anticipated the pairings. The sound of a microphone being turned on drew everyone's attention to the announcement box, where present Mike leaned on Aizawa's shoulder, ready to speak. It's time for the semifinals. But this year, there's a change. Instead of the usual format, we will go directly to the finals with a 2vs2 battle. The winning pair will receive gold medals, and the losing pair will compete for second and third place. Now, let's have Miss Midnight shuffle the pairings. The big screen displayed a live video of Midnight standing in front of a bowl containing 4 neatly folded papers. She picked up the microphone and announced, "All right, folks, I will place these 4 papers in the bowl and mix them up. After a moment, the first 2 papers I draw will be Team A, and the remaining 2 will be Team B." The crowd cheered as Midnight mixed the papers in the bowl. After a moment, she paused and said, "Here's the first paper. And it's..." She unfolded the paper and read aloud, "Ibara Shiozaki." Ibara stepped onto the stage, eagerly awaiting her partner while silently hoping it would be the green-haired hero. Midnight picked the second paper, unfolded it, and announced, "And the second member and partner of Ibara Shiozaki is Izuku Midoriya." The crowd erupted in cheers as Ibara smiled at Izuku, her joy evident. Momo and Shoko, standing together on the blue team, exchanged whispers and nodded, their expressions turning serious. Midnight began to explain the rules, but Momo interrupted, "Excuse me, Midnight-sensei, my teammate and I would like to say something." Midnight's eyebrow twitched at the interruption as she turned to Momo. "What would you like to say, Yairozue-san, that you felt the need to interrupt me?" Feeling a shiver run down her spine, Momo approached the microphone, gesturing for Midnight to hand it to her. Midnight complied, and Shoko stood beside Momo as she announced, "We want to surrender this match." A stunned silence fell over the crowd, followed by shouts of disbelief. Aizawa, visibly frustrated, spoke into the mic, "Enough. Let them explain their reason." The crowd quieted, sensing Aizawa's authority. Momo continued, "Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. The reason we want to surrender is that I sustained many injuries in my previous match against Fuyumi-san, which drained my stamina. Since Recovery Girl's healing relies on stamina, I am too exhausted to continue. I will let my teammate explain her reason. Shoko took the mic and said, I had 2 very exhausting fights, and I had to recover from my injuries, which took all my energy. Even now, I am forcing myself to stand. Please accept that we cannot continue as we are both worn out and need rest. The crowd cheered in agreement, recognizing that even powerful teens are still human and require rest. Momo then added, as for the 2nd and 3rd places, we decided that Shoko will take 2nd place and I will take 3rd. The crowd cheered as Ibara and Izuku approached Momo and Shoko, sharing a hug and discussing their experiences during the sports festival. After a few minutes, the 4 winners were called to stand on the podium, with Izuku and Ibara in 1st place, Shoko in 2nd, and Momo in 3rd. Midnight stepped onto the stage, addressing the audience. Here are this year's winners. I hope people are satisfied with the performance of these future heroes. To present the medals, we will have All Might join us on stage. The crowd murmured in excitement, recognizing the honor of receiving medals from the symbol of peace. All Might landed dramatically on the podium in front of Momo, taking a bronze medal from Midnight and placing it around her neck. You did a great job, Yaoyorozu. You are a skilled strategist and understand your limits, but you need to expand your knowledge of weapons to be more effective in the field. Momo nodded thoughtfully, considering the advice given to her. All Might then approached Shoko, taking a silver medal from Midnight and placing it around her neck. You are both smart and strong, Shoko. Your performance was remarkable, but you need to be more creative with your moves to maintain control in various situations, he said. Shoko smiled and nodded in agreement. Next, All Might moved to Ibara, taking a gold medal and placing it around her. You have excellent control over your quirk, young Shiozaki, and it proves to be quite resourceful in many situations. However, you should work on your hand-to-hand combat skills or learn to use a weapon for better self-defense, he advised. Ibara nodded, beaming as she admired the medal. When All Might approached Izuku, he paused him, taking the microphone from Midnight after a brief plea. I would like to receive the medal from my family, please. They are the ones who brought me here. I was an orphan before Endeavor took me in and provided me with a family. I want to receive this medal from them, he explained. The crowd erupted in cheers as the Todoroki family made their way to the stadium, with Enji, Rei, Dabi, and Natsuo leading the way, while Fuyumi waited at the entrance. Endeavor took the medal from All Might, and Rei, Dabi, and Natsuo each placed a hand on it as they draped it around Izuku's neck. Rei hugged him first, saying, I am proud of you, son. You will always be our family. She gestured for Fuyumi and Shoko, who both rushed over to join the embrace. Soon, the entire family was in a group hug, smiles all around as media and news channels captured the moment. After a few minutes, the excitement began to settle, and the Todoroki family, except for Izuku, returned to the stands. Nizu then emerged from Aizawa's scarf as Present Mike announced, now it is time for the final event featuring Izuku Midoriya, who has agreed to perform 3 songs on stage that he wrote himself. The crowd cheered as the open sky was covered by a dome, plunging everything into darkness before lights illuminated the stage, revealing Izuku standing in the center with a microphone in hand. He had already submitted the songs he was going to sing to the staff. Izuku raised his head and said, This is my first time singing in front of such a large audience. I hope everyone enjoys. The crowd cheered as the music began to play. Izuku stood on stage, the bright lights illuminating his hero costume as he took a moment to soak in the cheers of the crowd. He felt a surge of energy from the audience, their excitement palpable. With a smile, he announced, We will have a 5-minute break before the next song. As he stepped off the stage, he pulled out his phone and called his father. Hey, son, why did you call me? Endeavor answered. Hey, Dad, I want to perform that song that you, me, Dabi, and Natsuo practiced together for fun, Izuku said. Sure, why not? It might be fun. I will call those too, but what about the instruments? Endeavor replied. You'll take the drums, Dad, and Natsuo will handle the keyboard. I'll take the electric guitar, and Dabi will play the acoustic. After a few minutes, Izuku instructed the staff to set up the instruments on stage discreetly. Meanwhile, the male family members discussed the song among themselves, excitement building. When the time came, a small spotlight shone on Izuku as he addressed the crowd. This song will be played by more people and I introduce you. The light shifted to Natsuo. Natsuo Todoroki on keyboard. The crowd erupted in cheers. The light then turned to Dabi. Pro hero Dabi on acoustic. More cheers followed. Finally, the spotlight landed on Endeavor. Pro hero Endeavor on drums. And of course, yours truly, Izuku Midoriya on electric for this song. Together, we are the Ice Jet Flames. The crowd cheered wildly, while Rei, Fuyumi, and Shoko watched in shock. Fuyumi turned to her mother and asked, "Mom, do you know about this?" Rei shook her head. "No, dear. I never knew that apart from Izuku, any of us could play instruments." As the excitement in the crowd grew, Endeavor began counting down with his drumsticks, and Izuku started singing. Some legends are told. Some turn to dust or to gold. But you will remember me for centuries. And just one mistake is all it will take. Will go down in history. Remember me for centuries. The audience sang along, their voices blending with Izuku's as they created a moment that would be remembered for years to come. The crowd cheered loudly as the Todoroki family watched in amazement at the four people on stage. Many heroes, friends of Endeavor and Dabi, discussed among themselves why they had never mentioned their musical talents before. Izuku hugged each of his bandmates, saying, "Thanks, guys, it was fun singing with you." Endeavor chuckled, replying, "Hey, it was good fun for us too. It's been a while since we've done that." Dabi added with a laugh, "I'm glad Natsuo didn't mess it up like he has in the past." Natsuo interjected, "Hey, I'm not that much of a mess up." Laughter erupted as the moment was captured on the big screen, with live reporters commenting on the closeness of the family. The lights dimmed for a 5-minute break before the final song. Both Class 1A and 1B discussed how awesome the band was, while Bakugo planned a date with Uraraka, discussing where to go. After 5 minutes, the lights turned on, revealing Izuku in a black suit, capturing the attention of many young fans. He walked to the center of the stage and announced, "This song is one I've written with another person, and I'd like to call that person up to join me. Please welcome Kyuka Jairu." Jairu, who had tried to escape the spotlight, found herself unable to avoid it as the crowd cheered her name. With a sigh, she joined Izuku on stage, playfully pinching his side for involving her. Izuku comically held his side, prompting laughter from the audience as he said, "Now it's your time to show how appealing your singing is." Jairu nodded as the music began. Izuku sang with passion, his voice resonating through the venue. He used his quirk to create a massive surge of blue flames that danced in the air, captivating everyone without causing any heat. As they performed together, the energy in the room intensified. They sang about the thrill of danger and the allure of fire, their voices harmonizing perfectly. The audience was entranced, feeling the excitement of the performance. The song continued, celebrating the spirit of adventure and the power of music, leaving a lasting impression on everyone present. The performance was a testament to their talents and the bond they shared, ensuring that they would be remembered for years to come. Chapter End. Izuku was waiting at the entrance of the stadium when Shoko and Fuyumi arrived. Fuyumi greeted him with a hug, saying, "Congrats, little bro. You were awesome at the sports festival and concert." Shoko nodded, adding, "I'm upset that you, Dad, and our brothers kept your singing talent a secret from us." She pouted slightly. Izuku chuckled nervously. "It was a surprise, to be honest." Fuyumi then said, "With our performances, we should be able to secure a good number of internships." Izuku and Shoko nodded in agreement as a large 8-seater car pulled up in front of them. Rei jumped out of the car and enveloped Izuku, Shoko, and Fuyumi in a big hug. "I'm so proud of you guys. You did well at the festival." The family smiled as they piled into the car and headed to a nearby restaurant to celebrate. They decided on Burger Queen and chatted about the festival and concert during the drive, with Tuya at the wheel. Upon arriving at Burger Queen, they went inside and found an 8-seater table. Izuku asked his family what they wanted to eat and went to the counter to place their order. At the counter, the employee recognized Izuku but maintained a professional demeanor. "What will you be ordering today, sir?" he asked. Izuku smiled as he placed his order and paid. The employee informed him that the food would be ready in 20 minutes. Returning to the table, Izuku announced, "The food will be ready in 20 minutes. Everyone nodded, and Ray added, "I'm still annoyed that you guys kept the secret about singing and playing instruments from us girls." She pouted again and declared, "As compensation, you all will play 3 songs tonight after we get home." The guys chuckled nervously, and Izuku silently hoped for a smooth performance. When the waiter brought the food, the family enjoyed their meal while Izuku, Shoko, and Fuyumi shared their experiences from the festival. Afterward, they headed home, and as promised, Izuku and the others played 3 songs before everyone went to sleep. Time skipped to the next morning. Izuku woke up and checked the time. It was 7 a.m., and school started at 8:30 a.m. He quickly completed his morning chores, took a shower, and dressed in his school uniform. When he came downstairs for breakfast, he saw Shoko and Fuyumi already dressed and eating. After breakfast, Tuya dropped them off at school 30 minutes early. Izuku, Shoko, and Fuyumi settled into their seats as their classmates began to arrive. Izuku's girlfriend greeted him with a kiss on the cheek, and soon everyone was discussing their rising popularity and how people were greeting them on their way to school. The classroom fell silent when Aizawa entered and announced, "We have an important lesson today." The atmosphere tensed as he continued, "You will be choosing your hero names." Cheers erupted from most of the class, though a few muttered among themselves. Aizawa pressed on, "Another teacher will be guiding you through this process, and if you don't take it seriously..." He was interrupted by the door opening and Midnight entered, saying, "There will be hell to pay." The students buzzed with excitement at Midnight's arrival, and Mineta openly admired her. Midnight approached the podium as Aizawa left the classroom. She explained the significance of a hero name and instructed everyone to start writing theirs down to present in front of the class. As the students began to contemplate their names, a voice in Izuku's mind suggested, "Why not go with Plasma Hero, Kitsune?" Curious, Izuku mentally asked, "Why plasma?" The voice replied, "Well, plasma is a mix of fire and lightning." Izuku nodded, watching as others presented their names. Ayuga can't stop twinkling. Uraraka Uravity. Tsu Mina Pinky. Siro Cellophane. Denka Chargebolt. Earphone Jack. Momo Creati. Fuyumi Hot Ice Angel. Bakugu Dynamite. Shojino Tentacle. Tokoyami Tsukuyami. Kirishima Red Riot. Mineta Grape Rush. Beat of Miss Jet. Hagakure Invisible Girl. Sato Suger Girl. Ojiro Tailwoman. Shoko Dual Empress. Izuku clapped for Shoko's name before stepping up to present his own. Midnight remarked, "Plasma Hero, Kitsune, huh? Nice name. Plasma is a mix of fire and lightning, and with your fox features, it suits you." She gave Izuku a small peck on the cheek, causing him to blush. Midnight chuckled and left the classroom, leaving everyone in awe. Aizawa returned, commanding attention once more. He announced, "Here are the number of internships you all received. Usually, they are pretty even, but this year they are a bit more spread out." He pressed a button, and the numbers appeared on the screen. Izuku Midoriya, 4530. Shoko Todoroki, 3850. Momo Yayorozu, 3568. Fuyumi Todoroki, 3558. Katsuki Bakugu, 2900. Ijiro Kirishima, 2278. Mina Ishido, 1589. Ochako Uraraka, 1289. Tenya Ida, 987. Tsuyu, 678. Hanta Siro, 540. Kyuka Jiru, 478. Denka Kaminari, 389. Fumi Tokoyami, 256. Aoi Yuga, 128. Shojino, 78. Everyone marveled at the top 8. Aizawa reassured the 5 students who didn't receive offers, saying, "Don't worry. The school will provide you with 20 choices for your internship." Cheers erupted, but Izuku sighed, knowing that choosing his internship would be a challenge. Aizawa continued, "You have until lunch, 2 hours, to choose your hero study. The top 8 students have their applications arranged in hero ranking order." Izuku perked up, realizing that this would make his decision easier. Aizawa left the classroom, and the students began discussing among themselves. Izuku was reviewing his internship applications when one name caught his attention. He thought to himself, "If I choose this hero, I can work on my speed and stealth. I have enough power, but stealth is an important factor too." With determination, Izuku took the application and headed toward the staff room. Upon entering, Izuku approached Aizawa and said, "I choose this hero, sir." Aizawa glanced over the application and replied, "Oh? Interesting, Midoriya. I shall inform the hero then." Izuku smiled, feeling a sense of excitement as he returned to the classroom. This was just the introduction to the arc, and Izuku felt confident about his choice. Chapter End. Third-person POV. Everyone went to have lunch after submitting their application for the internship, which had become the main topic of discussion for classes 1A and 1B. At a table, Izuku, Kendo, Yui, Ibara, Shoko, and Reiko Yanagi were eating their food calmly. Kendo asked, "Who will you all be going with for the internships?" Shoko slurped her noodles and replied, "I am going with my dad since I can get training on better control of my fire abilities." Yui looked at Kendo and said, "I am going with edge shot since I need to train in using weapons and improve my speed." Izuku looked surprised at Yui and exclaimed, "Really? I am going with edge shot too, I need to work on stealth." The girls shot Yui jealous glances since she would spend a whole week with Izuku, and Yui smiled victoriously. Ibara sighed and said, "I am going with Kamui Woods to improve my skills with my vines." Everyone nodded in approval as Reiko added, "I am going with the psychic hero, Hellstorm, since our quirks are similar and she can help me improve." Kendo nodded at Reiko and said, "Well, I am going with Iwabami since I can learn close combat and how to handle the public and media from her." Everyone agreed with Kendo's choice, recognizing the importance of handling publicity. Izuku then stood up and said, "Well, there are only 3 minutes until lunch ends. Let's head back to class." The girls agreed, got up, disposed of their plates, and made their way to their respective classes. Time skipped to the next morning. Izuku finished packing for the week and headed downstairs with his backpack and hero costume suitcase to eat breakfast. He entered the kitchen and greeted, "Good morning, ma'am. Where is everyone?" Rei smiled at Izuku and replied, "Good morning, Izuku. Everyone will come a bit later since both of your sisters are with your dad, so they don't need to go to the train station." Izuku nodded and sat at the dining table as Rei placed some toast with butter and bacon in front of him. After breakfast, Izuku hugged his mother, said his goodbyes, and started walking toward the train station. Upon reaching the train station, Izuku checked the group chat to see which platform the class was gathering at, except for Shoko and Fuyumi. He approached the platform, greeting his classmates and teacher while waving to Class 1B, who were a bit away from 1A. Aizawa then announced, "Okay, everyone is gathered here except Shoko and Fuyumi, who are coming directly from home. Listen, students. Please behave during the internships and do not disobey your trainer, or else you will face consequences." Everyone in Class 1A nodded as Aizawa added a small smile, saying, "Otherwise, be safe and hope you all learn something important from this internship." Class 1A cheered as Aizawa dismissed them to their respective platforms to catch the train to their cities. Izuku grouped up with Yui and Mina since the three were heading to the same city. Mina excitedly talked about her expectations for the internship while Yui listened and shared her own hopes. Izuku quietly contemplated what he could learn as well. When the train reached the station where the heroes in training would disembark, the trio exited and made their way to the exit. Mina remarked, "Looking at the map, our internships are on either side of the city, so I guess this is where we separate." Izuku turned to Mina and smiled, saying, "Good luck on your internship, Mina. I hope everything goes well." Yui added, "Let's hope we bump into each other during patrols if our intern allows it." Mina nodded and started walking in the opposite direction from Izuku and Yui. The two watched her retreat for a moment before heading to their internship location as well. After 20 minutes of walking, they arrived at Edge Shot's agency, entering the tall building and approaching the receptionist. The receptionist seemed to recognize Yui but looked suspiciously at Izuku, who was wearing a hoodie and mask to avoid fans after gaining popularity from the sports festival. Izuku removed the mask and explained, "I'm sorry, but I wore a disguise to avoid public attention." The receptionist nodded and said, "Edshot will be waiting for you at the 19th floor gym room." The duo nodded and took the lift to the 19th floor. Upon exiting the lift, they walked into a large gym. Suddenly, 2 cardboard kunai were thrown at Izuku and Yui. Izuku barely dodged, but Yui got hit and yelped, rubbing the spot where she was struck. Izuku picked up the kunai that hit Yui and remarked, "These are made of cardboard. It seems like Ms. Edgeshot is testing us." There was a sound of clapping as Edgeshot appeared before them. "Good thinking. That was to test your awareness. Midoriya has good awareness but needs to improve, and Kodai-san needs to work on hers too." Izuku and Yui nodded, and Yui asked, "May I ask what the importance of awareness is, Ms. Edgeshot?" Edgeshot replied, "Please call me Edgeshot. It's important to have good awareness since heroes are prone to sneak attacks and assassination attempts by villains. Awareness can also help us act more quickly if there is danger nearby." Izuku and Yui nodded in understanding as Edgeshot asked, "What are you two interested in learning during your time here?" Yui answered, "I want to work on my speed, awareness, and weapon-wielding skills." Izuku followed up, expressing his longing to learn about awareness, stealth, and adapting to high-speed movements. Edgeshot nodded in agreement. "You all chose me well for what you need to improve, Kodai-sen. I will have you do leg exercises while wearing leg weights and train you in wielding weaponry simultaneously. First, I will help you both build up more awareness." Izuku nodded and asked, "Will we be coming up with a timetable, ma'am?" Edgeshot replied, "Today we will patrol so you can see how a hero really works. After we return, we will create a timetable for the next 12 days and do a patrol on the last day to assess your improvements." Izuku and Yui nodded excitedly as Edgeshot inquired, "By the way, what are your hero names?" Yui went first, stating, "My hero name is Rule." Edgeshot nodded and then turned to Izuku, who said, "My hero name is the Plasma Hero, Kitsune." Edgeshot smiled and said, "Nice names. Now change into your costumes. It's time for a 3-hour patrol until lunch." Yui and Izuku immediately headed to their respective changing rooms. After 5 minutes, they emerged and met with Edgeshot, who led them out for the patrol. They encountered a few minor incidents, such as chain snatching, robbery, and harassment cases, which Edgeshot resolved quickly and efficiently. Izuku and Yui watched in awe, realizing the importance of being hyper-aware of their surroundings. At the end of the patrol, Edgeshot explained that most patrols involve minor cases when they suddenly heard a screeching sound. They turned to see a car speeding toward an elderly lady. Edgeshot and Izuku immediately sprang into action. Edgeshot moved the lady out of harm's way, while Izuku activated his lightning mode, enhancing his speed. He positioned himself in front of the car, using his tails to soften the impact. The car collided with his tails, pushing him back a few meters but effectively stopping it. Yui quickly enlarged a medic kit from her bag and rushed to check on the elderly lady, ensuring she was uninjured after Edgeshot's rough maneuver. Meanwhile, Izuku enlarged his tails and restrained the driver, who was attempting to flee, immobilizing him on the ground. Edgeshot approached and placed Quirk-canceling HND-CFFS on the driver as several police cars arrived. A policeman explained that the driver had committed a hit-and-run, injuring several civilians, one of whom had died. The police had been pursuing him, but he had used his quirk to spread oil on the road, allowing him to escape. The officers thanked the heroes and interns before driving the driver away. Edgeshot turned to Izuku and Yui, saying, "You both acted well during the incident. However, Izuku, your method was a bit risky, and Yui, you need to react faster too. We will improve on that over the next 12 days." Upon returning to the agency, Edgeshot spent an hour preparing a training timetable for Izuku and Yui and then presented it to them. Yui Kodai's training regime. Wearing leg weights of 20 pounds each, increasing the weight by 3 pounds every 3 days. 5 a.m. to 6 a.m., running around the gym without breaks. 6:30 a.m. to 7:30 a.m., sit-ups, jumping rope with weights, lunges, and step-ups. 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., weapon training. 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., repeating the running and leg exercises. 6 p.m. to 7 p.m., sparring and reviewing mistakes. 7:30 p.m. to 8 p.m., awareness training. Free time is given on Sundays. Izuku Midoriya's training regime. 5 a.m. to 7 a.m., running around the gym at full speed, practicing sharp turns and parkour to adapt to speed. 7:30 a.m. to 9 a.m., stealth training and more parkour. 9:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., high-speed sparring with edge shot. 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., repeating the morning schedule from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. 5:30 p.m. to 7 p.m., basics of weapon wielding and sparring with edge shot without using quirks. 7:30 p.m. to 8 p.m., advanced awareness training. Free time is given on Sundays. Yui and Izuku looked back at edge shot with determination in their eyes and said, "We are ready to begin." Edge shot smiled widely, her excitement evident even from behind her mask. "Good. Let this training begin," she exclaimed, jumping toward Yui and Izuku for some quirkless sparring. Chapter End. Izuku's POV. It was 4:40 a.m. when the alarm on my phone went off, waking me from sleep. I turned it off and glanced beside me to see Yui still resting. Gently, I shook her awake and she groaned, asking, "Is it morning yet?" I replied, "It's 4:40 a.m. We have 20 minutes to get ready and meet with Edge Shot in the training hall." Yui yawned and I got out of bed. We headed to the bathroom to brush our teeth. After brushing, I returned to my room and began light stretching to get the blood flowing and ease my stiff joints. Yui joined me, and after a few minutes, we changed into our training clothes and made our way to meet our trainer. At 5 a.m., we entered the training hall and spotted a blur racing around. I recognized it easily as it wasn't faster than me, but Yui seemed to struggle. The blur stopped in front of us, revealing Edge Shot in her training attire. Yui, surprised, asked, "Wow, how did you get so fast, sensei?" Edge Shot replied, "Intense training and studying as well as improving ways to use my quirk are the reasons for my speed." She handed Yui some leg weights, saying, "Wear these 20-pound weights on your legs and run around this hall for an hour. If you feel tired, take a 2-minute breather and continue. Midoriya, I want you to use your speed to try to tag me in the next 2 hours, but focus on cutting corners instead of just running straight." I nodded as Edge Shot took off at top speed, zigzagging around the large hall. I attempted to keep up but struggled with sharp turns, often having to stop completely to make a turn, which cost me precious seconds. I focused on observing Edge Shot and noticed that she seemed to use her muscle power and quirk in a single push with her leg, hovering forward for several meters before repeating the motion. She used a similar tactic during sharp turns, applying more power to change direction quickly. Still in my lightning mode, I tried to replicate her technique but ended up crashing into the wall. Edge Shot and Yui rushed over, concerned for my safety, but I managed to protect myself by curling my tails around me. Turning to Edge Shot, I said, "I figured out how. You control your speed and make sharp turns, but I need to practice a lot to control my power to avoid harming myself." Edge Shot nodded. "Congratulations on figuring it out. For now, practice at your normal speed and gradually increase it so you can feel how much power you need to exert for the required speed. And don't forget your parkour training from 6:30 to 7 a.m. I've designed a course for you since you already know the parkour moves but need to learn to use them on the run." I nodded and moved to a corner to begin my training. Time skipped to after Izuku finishes parkour training. It was 7 a.m., and I had completed my parkour training, my tail dusty and a few bruises on my face. I took a moment to relax and check the schedule, noting I had nothing until 7:30 a.m. I decided to grab breakfast, take a bath, and change into dark-themed clothes for my stealth training. I returned just in time to see Edge Shot telling Yui to freshen up and have breakfast. She then turned to me and said, "I see you already did what I was going to tell you at 7 a.m. Now follow me to a room I set up for stealth training." I nodded and followed her for a few minutes until we arrived at an iron door. Edge Shot turned to me and explained, "Inside this door is a completely silent room that prevents any outside sound from coming in. For your stealth training, I'll close my eyes and try to determine your position by the sound of your heartbeat and breath, which I can hear in this room. Your goal is to control your breath and heartbeat to the minimum so I can't sense you. I'll throw a wooden ball, which weighs 1 pound, every time I detect your position. I nodded, and we entered the room to begin our session. Time skipped to 8 a.m. After 30 minutes of stealth training, we returned just in time for Yui's weapon training while I prepared to go through the parkour course again, aiming to achieve the time set for me today. I noticed Yui had chosen a staff as her weapon, which was a good choice since she could adjust its length during combat. Time skipped to 9:30 a.m. Edge Shot trained Yui until 9:30 a.m. in the basics of using the staff, while I took a 30-minute break after completing the parkour course by 9 a.m. Edge Shot then approached me and said, "We will fight bare-handed at the speed I set for now, and I will gradually increase it each time you adapt." I nodded as Edge Shot threw a bell into the middle of the area, and as it touched the ground, she shot towards me at impressive speeds, launching a series of quick punches. Time skipped to 10:30 a.m. Yui returned from her break at 10 a.m. and watched as I faced Edge Shot, who began using her quirk to enhance her punches, making the training even more challenging. Izuku had managed to counter more than half of the attacks coming his way. Just as he prepared to counterattack, Edge Shot increased the pace again, forcing Izuku back into a defensive stance. With that, the morning training for the students came to an end. They headed to their rooms to apply bandages and take a short nap. Once the students were out of sight, Edge Shot dropped to the floor in exhaustion, reflecting on the training. He thought about how Yui was already impressive for her age, easily picking up everything he taught her. Izuku, on the other hand, was a true powerhouse in combat, with an ability to adapt mid-fight that was exceptional. Edge Shot felt excited, realizing this training was beneficial for him as well, as it had been a long time since he had engaged in serious training. 12 days passed, and the students had made significant improvements. Izuku had enhanced his movement skills and could now tag Edge Shot, matching him in high-speed combat. For weapon training, Izuku had taken up 2 iron batons he already owned, honing his skills with them. He excelled in parkour and awareness, steadily improving in stealth as well. Yui had also become quite fast due to her improved leg strength and had become adept at wielding a staff. While her awareness had improved, it was not yet on the level of the heroes or Izuku. She had also significantly increased her stamina. During the last 5 days of their training, the students and Edge Shot went on afternoon patrols to gain real-time experience and apply their training in the field. Yui successfully thwarted 5 robbery attempts, captured 4 chain snatchers, and prevented 2 fights on her own. Izuku managed to prevent 13 major car accidents, captured 3 runaway cars, and intervened in 4 robbery attempts, offering emotional support to quirkless individuals he saved from bullying. On the final day of their internships, Edge Shot decided they would spend the day patrolling Hosu City until midnight. He discreetly informed Izuku that their mission was to capture Stain, the hero killer, who had recently targeted Lady Ingenium, who was currently incapacitated. The 3 of them got into Edge Shot's car for the 30-minute drive to Hosu City. Since it was early morning, traffic was minimal, and heroes had permits to bypass traffic rules. Edge Shot's fast car got them to their destination in just 2 minutes. They met up with Edge Shot's team, which included MT Lady, Kamui Woods, Death Arms, and Ibra. MT Lady mentioned that she had kept her intern, Mineta, at her base, as he clearly needed to learn self-control. Edge Shot decided that Yui would patrol with MT Lady while he and Izuku moved at a fast pace, each group choosing a different part of the city. Edge Shot and Izuku headed north, where Stain had been spotted previously. They patrolled until the afternoon, discovering that Stain primarily lurked in dark alleys near slum areas. During their patrol, they also stopped 3 runaway thieves, a bank robbery, and a murder attempt on a businesswoman. Afterward, Edge Shot suggested they take a break for lunch at a nearby restaurant. He and Izuku took a moment to sign a few autographs before finally enjoying their meal in peace. As they settled in, Izuku turned to Edge Shot and asked, "So, Miss Edge Shot, what can you tell me about your hobbies?" Edge Shot was taken aback by the question and replied, "What brought this on?" Izuku chuckled nervously, explaining, "Well, aside from training, we haven't really talked about anything else." I thought this might be a nice opportunity for a pleasant conversation. He rubbed the back of his head, feeling a bit shy. Edgeshot chuckled lightly and said, "Well, it might not be a bad idea. For starters, my hobbies include meditating, parkour, and shopping. I know the shopping one doesn't really suit me, but I enjoy it nonetheless." Izuku responded, "Wow, you have some interesting hobbies. I believe enjoying ourselves doesn't require anyone's approval. I mean, I like fighting, even though some people say I'm more of a peace talker type. It doesn't matter what you do as long as you enjoy it, anything illegal aside, of course." He chuckled, and Edgeshot laughed lightly in return. "Thanks, Midoriya. That helps with some worries I have," she said. As they continued their conversation over lunch, they appeared to be good friends to those around them. Just as they were about to leave, Izuku asked, "Oh, by the way, what is your name, Miss Edgeshot?" Edgeshot looked surprised for a moment and replied, "Oh, I didn't tell you?" Izuku shook his head, and she continued, "Well, my name is Shina Kamehara." Izuku smiled and said, "That's a nice name, Kamehara-sen." Shina smiled back as they exited the restaurant and sped toward the slum area to continue their search. As evening approached, Izuku and Edgeshot had completed their patrol of the area and were preparing to move east when Edgeshot's radio crackled to life. He answered, "Hello." A voice urgently stated, "We need your help in the south of Hosu," but the connection was abruptly cut off. Edgeshot turned serious and said, "That was Death Arms. We need to head to the south of Hosu immediately. Izuku, go ahead at maximum controllable speed and take this card with you. It's a sign that I allow you to use your quirk." Izuku nodded as he activated his lightning node, vanishing in a flash of lightning that left no harm in its wake. He arrived at the entrance to the south of Hosu City, landing on top of a building. As he surveyed the scene before him, his eyes widened in shock. "Why is the city in flames?" he whispered to himself, taking in the chaos that unfolded below. The streets were filled with smoke and the sounds of destruction echoed in the air. Izuku felt a surge of determination rise within him. He knew he had to act quickly to help those in need. With a deep breath, he focused on the training he had undergone, recalling the lessons that had prepared him for moments like this. He thought of the techniques he had practiced, the agility he had developed, and the strength he had built. As he prepared to leap into action, he reminded himself of the importance of using his powers wisely. He had trained hard to master his abilities, and now it was time to put them to the test. With a final glance at the burning city, Izuku steeled himself for the challenges ahead, ready to face whatever awaited him in the heart of the chaos. Izuku was still in shock as he observed the chaos around him. Heroes were battling against cars and debris thrown by creatures resembling the one he had faced at USJ. He focused closely and identified 3 Nomas, though they appeared weaker than the one he had encountered before. However, they possessed a diverse range of quirks. Determined to help, Izuku activated his lightning mode and kicked a car that was hurtling toward a hero who was evacuating civilians. The hero expressed gratitude before rushing off to assist more people. As Izuku scanned the area, he noticed Manuel but realized that Ida was missing. He leaped in front of Manuel and asked, "Mr. Manuel, where is Ida-san, your intern?" Manuel looked concerned as he replied, "I don't know. When we were patrolling, she suddenly ran into an alleyway with a furious expression and didn't listen to me at all." Izuku cursed under his breath, thanked Manuel, and jumped to a nearby rooftop to think. Why would Ida-san, who is usually so strict about rules, decide to break them? I remember the recent news. Miss Ingenium was attacked by Stain in an alleyway and is now in the hospital. Ida must be seeking revenge, but why in an alleyway? Of course, all of Stain's victims have been in dark alleys. That means the hero killer is in this area. Ida separated from Manuel in the southeast part of the city, near the slums where there are many alleys. That's where I need to go. In a random alleyway, Ida had just dodged a swing from the hero killer. Why did you target my sister? Because of you, she will never be able to move again or be a hero, she shouted. Stain, ducking from a kick that grazed her arm, replied, "So, you're fighting me for revenge? That's rather petty for a hero. This society is filled with fake heroes." I will eradicate them and ensure only ideal heroes remain. In my eyes, only All Might is the ideal hero. He liked the blood from his sword, a smirk on his face. Suddenly, Ida felt paralyzed, her body refusing to respond. Stain grinned as he charged toward her, saying, "This is my chance to eliminate another fake hero. What a catch to kill two in one day." Just as Stain was 3 meters away from Ida, he was unexpectedly sent crashing into the wall, leaving a significant dent. He opened his eyes to see a teen with green hair and emerald eyes, resembling the mythical Nine Tails. Izuku had arrived on the scene and looked at Ida, saying, "Seems like I just can't catch a break, huh? Ida-san, why did you think it was a good idea to confront the hero killer alone?" Ida, snapping out of her shock at seeing her classmate, yelled with determination, "This is my fight, Midoriya. Stay out of it. I need to get revenge for my sister, who was brutalized by this hero killer." Izuku took a step back, surprised by her intensity. "Sheesh, even All Might would flinch at your voice. But Ida-san, do you realize you're risking your future for revenge? Is revenge more important to you than saving the lives of innocent civilians who just want to be with their families? You're not the only one who has lost loved ones to villains. Many heroes have suffered similar losses, yet they don't seek revenge by killing. They understand that it's a choice they made in life." Stain, recovering from the blow, thought to himself, "Damn it, these people keep showing up today, and that hit came from my blind spot. This kid is either really good at stealth or just fast enough to pull it off. I need to be careful." Stain coughed as he spoke. "Nice speech, kid. You have the values of a true hero. Get out of my way so I can deal with those corrupting the hero society." Izuku glanced at Stain and replied, "Can you not interrupt me? I'm having a serious conversation with my classmate." Ida shouted, "Midoriya, be careful. That hero killer paralyzed me when he liked his sword. I think he liked my blood too." Izuku felt a wave of disgust. That's just wrong. Liking someone else's blood, especially a younger girl's? I should report you right now. Stain, with multiple ticks from being ignored, felt the sting of Izuku's words. "Hey, I am not what you think. I licked his blood from my sword to paralyze him." Stain yelled, frustration evident on his face. Meanwhile, Izuku maintained a calm demeanor, thinking to himself, "Bingo. So that's his quirk. The paralyzing effect must depend on blood types." Leaning closer to Ida, Izuku whispered, "I don't care what you think, Ida. As class president, I'm ordering you to take the injured hero to the nearest hospital as soon as the paralysis wears off. If you don't, I'll report this to the principal, and you'll face serious consequences." Ida looked like she wanted to argue but reconsidered. She nodded reluctantly, realizing it was better to comply. Izuku turned his attention back to Stain, who was charging at him with high speed. In an instant, Izuku vanished from Stain's sight. Stain felt a rush of air and jumped aside, narrowly avoiding a powerful kick that cracked the pavement. "You must have trained hard to dodge that. Even Miss Edge's shot could only defend against it," Izuku remarked, surprised. Stain, sweating slightly, thought, "This kid is a monster." I felt a tingle like electricity, and I barely got out of the way. Meanwhile, Izuku realized, my electricity always surrounds me, which ruins my surprise against fast opponents. I'll have to adjust my strategy. Jumping back from Stain, Izuku declared, "Since you like speed, it's time for me to increase mine." He activated his quirk, Godspeed, and in a flash, appeared 5 meters behind Stain, who stumbled but regained his balance. "Wow, it's been a while since I used that. I won't miss again." Stain was now sweating profusely, thinking, what the hell? I couldn't even see him. I can't even hold the 2 girls as hostages. I can only move a meter before he notices and attacks. Suddenly, Stain threw a pocket knife toward Ida. Izuku dashed forward, catching it just 2 meters from where Stain had thrown it. He noticed Stain preparing to flee and, still using God's speed, hurled the knife, which struck the wall in front of Stain, startling him. The knife flattened against the wall, leaving a hole behind. This distraction gave Izuku the opportunity he needed. He blitzed toward Stain, striking his pressure points with precision. In just a second, Stain felt completely numb. The hero killer is now captured, Izuku announced, cuffing Stain and knocking him unconscious with a swift chop to the neck. Turning around, he saw Ida, still paralyzed, looking at him with a strange expression, while the other female hero, now able to move, approached Ida. Izuku quickly wrapped Stain in rope from his belt to ensure he couldn't escape and leaned down to Ida and the female hero. "I hope you two aren't seriously injured." The female hero replied, "I have a few cuts, including a deep one, but nothing dangerous." Ida added, "I only have a small cut." "Good. Now let's take Stain to the authorities and help the other heroes," Izuku instructed. The female hero hesitated. "Wait, even though you saved me, I have to report you two for unlicensed quirk use." Izuku responded, "There's no need for that. I have permission from my internship teacher, Miss Edgeshot, and Ida is a hero in training." The female hero considered this. "Since you have a permission card, you're not in trouble, but this young Mrs. Unauthorized quirk usage will be reported to her internship teacher and the school head." Ida lowered her head, murmuring, "Yes." The three of them walked out of the alleyway. Stain slumped over Izuku's shoulder, and soon they encountered Endeavour. Endeavour was breathing heavily after battling two Nomus with fire resistance. He turned to Gran Torino and said, "Hey, send a team of heroes to find the last flying one." Shoko, watching in awe, exclaimed, "That last move was so cool, Dad. You have to teach me that." Endeavour chuckled. "Maybe later, when your flames are stronger." Shoko nodded and returned to putting out fires. Then Endeavour noticed his son Izuku, with the captured hero killer slung over his shoulder. They exchanged a glance, and after a moment, Endeavour asked, "Permission?" Izuku held up the card Miss Edgeshot had given him. Endeavour laughed and said, "That's my son. You caught the hero killer with permission too, which means your credit won't be taken from you." Izuku chuckled as he handed the hero killer over to the police. They took the villain away, giving a small salute to Izuku before departing. Shoko congratulated Izuku with a hug. "Good job, Izuku. This is quite an achievement for your first year." Izuku rubbed the back of his head, feeling a mix of pride and humility. Suddenly, he noticed a large figure swooping down at high speed. "Shoko, watch out!" Izuku shouted as he helped her jump out of the way just in time. The Nomu with wings crash-landed nearby. After ensuring Shoko was safe, Izuku rushed toward the Nomu, gripping its throat tightly. He unleashed a powerful surge of lightning from his hands, and without any resistance, the Nomu disintegrated into a small pile of ashes. Chapter End. Season 2 begins. Third-person POV. Mineta was in his room, laughing to himself mischievously. "It's finally time to start my M-Star plan to see the girls in their swimsuits." He tore up his plan paper and burned the evidence before heading out to the top floor for the first part of his plan. In Izuku's room. Izuku was currently busy with Ibra, while the other girls were waiting for their chance to join in. Ibra pulled back for a breath and said, "I hope I can be forgiven for my actions, but I can't help myself." She shifted onto Izuku's lap and leaned in for another kiss. Just as Izuku was about to move his hands, the doorbell rang. The girls paused, and Momo, separating from Jairu, went to answer the door. Momo saw Mineta and asked, "What do you want with any of us, Mineta?" Mineta, noticing Momo's bad mood, nervously replied, "I need to talk to Midoriya for a moment, please." Momo narrowed her gaze at him but turned back to say, "Izuku, Mineta wants to talk to you for a moment." Izuku groaned, feeling frustrated at the interruption, and stepped outside, closing the door behind him. Once the door was closed, the girls gathered around Ibra. Kendo remarked, "How bold, Ibra-chan. You were almost on top of him." Yui nodded, saying, "I should be more assertive. I never imagined Ibra would be so aggressive." The other girls agreed, and Ijira declared, "I won't lose to you, Ibra-chan. I'll charm him with my presence." Ijira's enthusiasm caused Jairu to feel a pang of insecurity, reminding her of her own body image. Shoko, feeling similarly, crawled over to Kyuka and said dramatically, "Look at all these girls bullying us, Kyuka-chan. It's not fair." Kyuka joined in the act, saying, "Yeah, Shoko-chan. Honestly, I think Izuku would prefer someone more mature. The girls were closing in on the two, who were visibly nervous. Suddenly, a cloud of comical dust appeared, and when it cleared, Shoko and Jairu were tied up in blankets and knocked out. To Izuku. Izuku was in a bad mood from being interrupted. You better have a good reason for disturbing me, Mineta, he said. Mineta, trembling under Izuku's gaze, stammered, I just wanted to suggest asking Mr. Aizawa if we could use the pool for a day to train. Izuku paused, considering the idea. That seems like a good plan. I'm surprised you came up with something useful, Mineta. Mineta smiled, hiding his ulterior motives, as Izuku headed toward Aizawa's office to ask for permission. Izuku's POV. Arriving at the teacher's lounge, I peeked inside and asked, Excuse me, is Mr. Aizawa in? I saw Miss Midnight, who smiled and said, Come in, Aizawa is on the sofa. I entered and saw Aizawa get up from the sofa, still in his baggy clothes. Is there anything you need, Midoriya? He asked. I nodded and said, Sir, is it possible for our class to have the pool to ourselves today for training and some relaxation? Aizawa thought for a moment before responding, All right, but remind Mineta that he has detention today for the stunt he pulled at the stadium, 5 hours. Your class can use the pool for 4 hours after lunch. I smiled and replied, Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. I'll inform the class and Mineta. I left the office and returned to the dorms. Pressing the speaker button, I announced, Everyone gather in the main hall. I have an announcement. Third-person POV. In a minute, everyone was in the hall. Fuyumi asked, What is the announcement, Aizu? I replied, We are allowed to use the swimming pool for 4 hours after lunch for training or relaxation. The class cheered, but Mineta's expression turned sour. I added, And by the way, Aizawa-sensei told me to remind Mineta that he has detention for 5 hours while we are in the pool. Mineta's face went pale as he exclaimed, Why? I didn't do anything to get detention. I explained, Mr. Aizawa said it was for the stunt you pulled. Mineta began to complain, but the girls ignored him as I asked, Who is cooking lunch? Bakugu raised his hand, saying, I'll do it, but I need help from any of you. Uraraka volunteered to assist Bakugu, and everyone went about their tasks. I settled down to watch some TV, joined by Ijira and Fuyumi. 2 hours after lunch. 3 p.m. At 3 p.m., the class was in the dressing rooms changing into their swimwear. Fuyumi asked Bakugu, Where is Izuku? Bakugu replied, He's taking his time with his. It has grown quite a bit. Just then, Izuku emerged, finishing up his hairstyle. I'm here, guys, he announced. The girls stared, their faces flushed. Momo remarked, I knew he would be in shape, but I didn't expect this much. Jairu nodded, and Denka, nearly drooling, said, Oh, my imagination is going places it shouldn't. Momo playfully hit Denka with her hand, reminding her to behave. Izuku looked around at his classmates and smiled. Wow, everyone is looking good today. The compliment brought smiles to their faces as he took a running start and jumped into the pool. One by one, the others joined him, splashing and laughing. After a while, Izuku climbed out of the pool, his tail soaked and dragging along the floor. Shoko and Jairu quickly teleported to his side. Why don't we help you dry off? Jairu suggested. Izuku shook his head, saying, After we're done swimming, you two can help me. As Izuku settled under the shade of an umbrella, a different scene unfolded with Mineta. He was pressed against the window, trying to catch a glimpse of his female classmates in the pool. Come on, my dormant powers. Awaken and let me see that appealing sight, he muttered to himself, his eyes wide with anticipation. Back with the rest of the class, Momo decided to start a game. Come on, guys. Let's play pass the ball. Whoever drops it has to do a dare. You can pass it to anyone, but you must shout their name. She tossed the ball into the air and called out, Izuku-an. Izuku leaped high to hit the ball, shouting, Uraraka. He sent it flying in her direction, making it challenging for her to catch. As expected, Uraraka missed, and the ball dropped. I dare you to ask your crush out, but in private, Izuku declared. Although nervous, Uraraka was relieved she didn't have to ask in front of everyone and agreed to the dare. The game continued, and several others received dares. Shojino was dared to sit on Izuku's lap for 5 minutes, turning bright red the entire time. Izuku's own dare was to carry Jairu and run around the school. He activated his quirk and sped off, ensuring no one saw them in their swimwear. Jairu, feeling dizzy from the speed, missed the next ball thrown by Fuyumi. Jairu's dare was to kiss a girl of her choice, and she chose Shoko. They shared a kiss in front of the class, and Jairu quickly decided to quit the game, embarrassed, while Shoko blushed. Later, Bakugo returned with drinks and light snacks from the freezer. The class gathered around, chatting about their internships while enjoying their treats. Uraraka then pulled Bakugo aside, saying she needed help with something. A few minutes later, they returned, smiles on their faces and hands intertwined. The class cheered for the new couple, and Uraraka thanked Izuku for the opportunity, while Bakugo gave Izuku a secret thumbs up. It had been a fun day filled with laughter and excitement. Just then, Aizawa arrived, announcing that their time was up. The class changed back into their normal clothes and headed to their dorms. Feeling tired, Izuku decided to order pizza for everyone. His classmates sent him money online for their orders. Mineta returned, looking dejected, muttering to himself, "I failed. I failed. I failed in lightning." It had been quite the day for the class. The crowd erupted with cheers as Jairu hit her face in Izuku's chest, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Gently, Izuku lifted her chin with his hand, encouraging her to meet his gaze. He leaned down and pressed his lips against hers in a soft kiss. The cheers from the crowd grew even louder, with a few voices expressing jealousy, particularly Mina, who wished she could share a similar moment. As the final concert came to an end, the crowd began to disperse, making their way home, still buzzing with excitement from the performance.